Yeah, Corey, would you be interested in a gun that has a reload time of approximately 1 year, but will blow the face off of anything you pointed at? With very cheap ammo?
Why not?
Excellent. Because Justin found a legendary musket schematic. He passed it off to me so that I could make some copies of it, and I can make another one easily enough.
Well, thank you. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'd be willing to make it myself, but it would take me a year. Like, it's super long to make it compared to you guys at this point.
Yeah.
I have a medium pouch.
If you need it, I can also toss you some ammo, but the crude ammo that it uses is also just dropped by Syndicate dude, so you probably have some laying around.
Is it rough ammo or is it just called crude ammo?
Course
I
ammo.
think yeah, it's the first tier of bullet, whatever it's called.
So rough ammo. Okay, good. I have a lot
Yeah.
of that. So I'm using a musket right now.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is an outright upgrade for you.
This is just a +4 musket.
Okay, is I have a +3 musket. So I'll
Okay.
because I was getting tired of because I was using a semi-auto rifle, but ammo is so expensive to make.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm very much of the belief that single shot bullets, single shot weaponry is just better in this game.
And I would use a single shot rifle whenever I unlock it, but course ammo is cheap, and that is good enough for me.
Yeah. Okay. I got that last one going.
I don't think I need 2 berry patches.
You know what? Since I think you two are the only ones who are on right now, instead of trying to chase you guys down, I'm going to set up a flea market. Yeah, at the edge of my primary base. It's the one at the church. Yeah, and I'm just going to leave the muskets in the flea market for pennies.
So you said base by the church.
Yeah.
Is that what the waypoint's called?
The name of the
The
waypoint
broken
is
church,
the
right?
Desolate Church.
Yeah, that's the church. My bad.
Like right now? I don't care for black olives. If you chop them up and put them with something, maybe I'll eat it. But just eating straight black olives is not my thing.
Wait. Why is it?
See, I'm somewhat fine with black olives. Somewhat. I've determined it. But the main reason why you even want them in the first place is for the brine that flavors black olives and then like hand variant and stuff.
All right. This is definitely a trade in my favor. One musket for 15 basic pal spears. Totes.
I'll take a kombucha.
Okay, that research is still in progress.
All
and
right,
now it's actually
so-
somewhere where they can go.
Gosh,
No,
Fast travel, desolate
Because.
search.
trying to remember what the fast travel point is called.
All right. Yeah, the fast travel point is named Desolate Church.
There,
Um,
found it.
yeah, you want to head to the back of the church. You'll see my base, and then if you head down the slope, you'll find the shop nearby.
Yeah.
I think I might have went too far down the slope.
No, no. So if you go through my base,
Okay, you through your
and
base.
and then you turn left there. Yeah. All right, now start hunting.
Is your base the big stone?
Yeah, the big stone thing.
I see. Huh? There we go.
So go through your base.
Yep. Get through my base,
My
turn
blue
left at the expedition
Matrix
thing.
assault rifle.
You'll see somebody riding a dire wolf. You-
And running through your base, I feel like a wee little man.
I don't see
Alright,
you.
I see.
Oh shoot. There are two very large stone structures. It's possible that you went to the wrong one. Mine's the one that's directly beside the church. There's one that's a bit further away. Is
Yeah,
that what you went
directly
to?
on the
Okay.
back side of the church, not on
Okay.
the side of it.
As I know you started later than me, and then I was going through his base. I'm like, David, you're already this far. I'm a wee little man.
As you also generally am distracted when you're able to play also. I will give you the benefit of the doubt.
That shot.
Oh, I can actually purchase these elixirs now.
Yeah. That's funny.
No, I'm not going to use my dog coins on some
Okay, this
attack
is. Alright, I'm
buffs.
flying up.
I don't need.
Okay, oh, I see your base. Okay, that's about right.
Yep.
And
Just-
this way.
Yep. Run past the mobs that are harvesting ore. I do not care if you pick some up along the way. It's a drop in the bucket.
Alright, there's expedition. And it's past that, you said?
You
Yes,
turn left.
this
You,
way, Corey.
you turn left at the expedition,
About
and then start hunting.
murder. What was in front of
Oh, that's funny.
Because
It's right here, Corey.
the remaining 75%
Oh, there
of
it
it
is.
is all over.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
Does it at least have a little bit of carbonation to it?
Yeah.
You know what? If I remember
Little bit.
correctly,
That has good
Hounds
flavor.
aren't actually very fast mounts when sprinting, but they have one of the fastest non-sprinting speeds,
That's curious.
or something like that. I have remember seeing stuff like that's like one of the statistics when I looked at it like ages ago, because I was wearing my Mac at that point.
Yeah, you were curious.
Back to my base.
Man,
though.
Aiden wasn't joking when oil takes a long time. So I started oil production last night around 3 or 4. And I only had like 80 when I got back on just now.
Oh yeah.
I'll need to keep that in mind because I've ran into spouts of oil from killing things over in my area. Now and then.
Yeah, you can attack and loot the oil rigs and get a decent amount that way. But yeah,
I'm
that's
assuming
hardly
that's probably
sustainable.
what you're intended to do. Given
mean,
how
maybe-
slow it sounds like it is. Otherwise,
I think you're meant to just build in bulk.
well, yeah, that's also very true in general.
Man, this legendary musket feels so good. It's like the reload time is faster than the regular one, even though it takes ages.
I don't think it is. You might also have a PAL that increases your reload speed, though.
But more importantly, anything
No.
you pointed at dies.
I don't have a pal that increases reload time. I'm telling you, as someone who uses a basic musket.
I wanted to make sure.
Ooh, that is a musclehead negotiator. Yes, I choose you, negotiator.
Let's see if
Consume
I
the
go
leather.
get murdered by my flying neighbors trying to go collect this meteorite that landed right next to my base.
I mean, that's just an opportunity to catch your flying neighbors.
I mean, that's very true, assuming they don't kill me. It's given the fact that you had issues with them the first time you came up.
Kika!
Yeah, I need to do that.
What a shame. I don't have a.
Damn.
I don't have enough captives to actually turn him into a proper +3 well, +4 negotiator. Only a +3 negotiator.
I like the sphere launcher just by the sheer fact that it's rapid fire spheres, even though it's not your shotgun one. I like this.
Maybe that's how that's intended. Maybe I should try that. It would be a lot less wasteful than the shotgun, in theory. I don't have enough ancient tech points. I'm going to need to go fight more bosses.
Goodbye all my blue palospheres. Hello, catching this level 33 by shooting 30 of them in a row.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that the shotgun is just incredibly wasteful, and I should be using something else.
I think the shotgun could be useful if you had a group of them, but that's about it.
Okay.
I just like the boom noise it makes also.
Yes.
Good knocks. Continue distracting them so that way I can hit them in the back. In the head a bunch of times. Alright, that was entertaining, but that you literally used up 70 of my blue spheres that I had.
Yeah, sounds about right.
I do need to get more of those, and I shall soon enough.
This is really annoying.
But I did catch a boss from that, at least, or an alpha.
Progress. Through persistent firepower.
Yes. You know what, Catrice, you go out first, so that because I doubt it's gonna die from you hitting them.
Oh, right. Before I go hucking more balls of stuff. The reason I came back to base was because I was going to fuse Catrice into better Catrice. Because glorious fusion is important.
Okay, I think the sphere launcher, if nothing else, I wouldn't need the sniper module if I didn't already have made it.
Okay.
It shoots them very straight. Very far.
As is proper. Oh, need to do a new something. Okay, let's see if any of these catchers have good modifiers to serve as a party member.
Wow.
So, did you guys see Mexfire's message about? So, me, Ethan, and Ada are going over to his house Monday and thinking about doing raids. It'll be like later in the day. Do you guys think he could be available later day Monday to do raids?
I would not be of the appropriate level by then, nonetheless, so I am going to step it out this time, but thank you for the offer.
I imagine he could enable double XP if you want to explore that.
I mean, I wouldn't even be partaking in the raids. I don't think I'd be high enough level in the first place.
You could just hide behind a rock and just shoot him with the musket gun.
I do like 1 damage at that level of level difference is pretty bad on that. I've noticed. If I hit something like 10 levels above me, I'm literally doing 1/1000th of the damage. I do appreciate the invite, though. I mean, after all, I'm just catching some decent kindling pals for the first time now. Conveniently, they were right next to my house, or my base as it is. It's just David informed me they're actually very good.
There were shenanigans to be implemented.
Yes. I have a problem catching any and everything I run into.
I do that until I have a 5 set of everything. It helps with XP.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing. It's just that they were so high level compared to me. I physically could not survive a single hit from them.
Interesting. So the item retriever lets you pulls from everything besides the guild chest.
Well, that's unfortunate. I find the guild chest very important as a way to aggregate the produce from my various bases.
Yeah.
Also, if you like catching things, you might want to keep a cattress on you then.
Right. Justin informed me that Catress has a very valuable partner skill, Mystical Black Magic. It's a 10% chance to conserve your balls whenever you throw them, plus 5% per rank.
Nice. That's really good. I read that and I should have thought of taking advantage of that.
I mean, I expected it to be a much lesser bonus than it being leveled up, so I thought it was more just a bonus. But given it's 5% per rank after David tested it, it made it a lot more enticing for me, too.
Yeah, to be fair, my testing was just looking at a pre-existing 1-star Catress, because after I catch a set of 5, I typically just fuse them to have someone who's a slightly better worker.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. I need to do that. I didn't even think about work speed bonuses. Alright, I need to make more Megaspheres, or actually just move my Pixie over again.
Not quite enough to be able to... Okay, looks like I'm going to want to go back to my Catress predation site and get another 8.
Oh, my Wispa has some very good combat skills. I see, that's why it was suggested to me.
Oh, nice.
It has Apocalypse as a skill.
Oh, that sounds mildly concerning. What does Apocalypse do?
It has, let me just see. I'll give you that description. Generates several dark vortexes around the enemy, and its power is 400.
Oh, that one! It's a hazardous one to exist near.
Yeah, it kind of just immediately annihilates things that I've noticed. When it uses it, they die very quickly. I don't know
Yes.
how much it'll stay like that.
I've been having this mistake of trying to have stables also feed my pals, stable farms, and they just don't work for me.
Yeah.
I think the only of stable farms. Oh, never mind. I'm having dedicated base to making food resource and ranching resources. So that's fair. Give me that Giga Shield because I like to survive more than one hit. Or survive more than 2 hits, I should say.
Understandable.
I guess it's almost time where I can start making the cryogenic coolant, and I have to go down that rabbit hole. But first, fishing rods. Let's see, I'll put away my axe, because I don't think I need to collect hardwood anytime soon.
There's a Catris. Yoink.
Ammo in here. Put my axe in there. I'll keep my pickaxe though for picking up sulfur now and then.
I'll be back. I'm back. I'm gonna mute myself though.
Welcome back.
All right, welcome back.
What else can use potatoes?
I don't know if he told you, but bait uses vegetables.
Yeah, I have a little bit of all of them growing now.
All right.
Okay,
Bait.
nothing can use potatoes.
How does bait
This-
work? Does it like make the fishing
Like the whole
minigame
thing.
easier, or?
For me, I found that there's some pals that won't react to like
So it's very much like the spheres and
yeah, and also you could put a swimming pool, or like a fishing pool, and then when you're away, your pals can collect pals for you.
Huh. All right. To keep that in mind.
Interesting. The only use for potatoes at this point is mixing them with a high quality palm oil. So it's gonna be my first meal type. And they're just gonna be eating a lot of potatoes for a while. Seems. Okay, heck. Go up here. There has to be a cooking pot key too somewhere. Furnace maybe? No. Electric kitchen, okay. Pretty high. Yeah, it just looks like potatoes is actually a trap. Potatoes don't have very many crafting opportunities with them. Here's the production goods chest.
Yeah.
Here's the ingots chest. You're gonna have some skill for you.
These raids come at the most inconvenient time.
Yep.
I mean, if a raid was ever convenient, it wouldn't be much of a raid, now would it? Okay, I do need all the tires. That's what I thought. I need to make sure I have range.
Yeah. Wah. Yeah.
Apparently, once there's enough of a level difference, Starhounds run away from you instead of trying to eat you. Fascinating.
I like the description for the lightning elixir Russ. Is that I thought it want to be something different than electricity started coursing through his body.
Huh. Time for a change. Zap. Oh, nice. Huge egg.
The thousands of hours on Pokemon Go has trained me for the POW condensation machine.
Don't even flinch as you compress 1,000 adorable creatures into one slightly stronger adorable creature.
Brick organ, aquatic palworld, wool, milk, egg. I need ice organ, fire organ.
Right. Bounty target captured. I think that's probably going to be a
Dropping the
priority
venom
target for
organ?
condensation. Because that man was a ninja. Clearly. I must fuse him.
I'll get rid of my second egg layer for an ice organ pal. Oh no, wait, I already have one. Venom organ. Or actually, instead of venom organs, I'll save that one for. I'll save that one for honey.
They have
Do I need
purple
a combat
sparkles.
and a Catris? I think I do need it, so that way Catris can actually craft stuff here. Medicine. If I ever decide to actually function with those.
Well, I mean, if this is a dedicated ranching base, why are you bothering to to set up crafting? Just when you
Well,
need
I
something
meant
built,
more
pull in.
specifically for like medicine handling, and but honestly, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
It was just transport, and that was the idea.
Mm.
Combat has insomnia, though.
Oh, that's a good thing. That means he just
Yeah.
doesn't ever sleep.
Yeah, I think the Catris will go then because of that. I do also have a chickpea with the insomnia, which is probably the best case scenario in that one. Eggs, eggs. Let there be
Yeah.
many eggs. Although I don't think, like, compared to how much milk I have, I think I'm good on eggs for a bit. Comparative. As in, like, 20x as many eggs
Glorious.
as I do milk. I'm gonna bring those back to my main base. Hopefully not break something by shooting it. Drop the egg so that way I can jump and then pick it up after
Um,
at the
you,
pace I jumped at.
you know you can just you press R in your inventory to quick stack and get
Yeah,
into
there
all your
wasn't any
containers.
eggs in a chest in here yet. Or,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
there we go. I have a lot of baked berries getting cooked up for this. Eventually. Because they're on a short break. How dare they? How dare they have breaks? I need the higher quality hot springs so that way they don't take as many breaks out. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's why I didn't want the heater, because I made them do that instead of
Yoy.
cooking.
That Oh, actually, that's right. I have access to the homing spear launcher, which, yeah, if I'm going for a single shot, might as well do that instead of, you know, the actual single shot.
Yeah, sounds good.
And then I will take all of my Vixie Blues and violently disgorge them at targets. It's just a shame they don't do impact damage.
There would be many impacts.
Yeah, it'd be hilarious.
They might have a concussion afterward, but it'll be fine.
I mean, that just makes it funnier.
The Vixie was working when I wasn't paying attention before I forgot to swap him over to the ranching zone. 600 spheres, not very many. It will last me one combat though. And what a glorious combat it shall be.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my. That Rexosaurus Lex has a rather dangerous trick up his sleeve there.
What is it, AoE blasting you to?
The Relaxaurus, yeah.
Do that pretty well.
Also, I did not look at their levels before I picked this fight. They are level 50 somethings in the area that was level 30 something mostly. So,
I understand that pain because I was dealing with that earlier too.
and they're basically
what? I
demanding
will
I
make
use
a
actually decent
cooking
balls.
Here, campfire.
You know what? Get shotgun, nerd. You got him. Oh, the shotgun feels eternally so stupid. Ooh. I almost missed that. Would have been tragic.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
where's-
saving it for honey. And if I remember correctly, honey is from the bee people up
Yes.
around here.
I recommend using slightly higher value balls than you would initially presume to, just because they do have a habit of suicide bombing.
Yeah, and that's understandable. Tokos do that too.
Yeah.
Same issue.
And before you actually deploy them to your ranch, unequip the suicide skill. Oh hey, I think I just found your base. Neat. They will do it at the earliest inconvenience.
On a side note, I set them all to relax work for a good 10-20 minutes because they were all injured and they seem to have healed up from that. So
Okay.
back to normal work they go. They get their mandatory break and then they go straight back to work. Or halftime. You know, maybe swapping my Catrus out, or the Wispa or something for the one that gives bonus weak spot damage might be a good idea with this musket.
I mean, if you swap out your flying mount, that would do the trick because it's Van Wyvern.
Yeah, true. That would. Yeah, and it would fly also.
Yeah, and well, it's not the best flying mount. It's certainly good enough at this job.
Yeah. I've been convinced by my own work and you approving of it or helping with the logistics of it.
So stupid that works.
I swear it takes more tries to get the 10% capture than it does to take the 3, and I just know that's just statistics. But it just feels weird also. Excuse me, stop trying to third party my capture, you blasted rib bunnies.
Yeah, they tend to be rude like that.
Good thing the sphere launcher, even the low tier one, has great velocity, so I can hit them with the spheres before they get hit.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Where did Mamoris get itself wedged in that it's starving and suffering a major injury? Okay, let's just resummon it.
I just enjoy rapid firing the blue POW spheres until it goes in.
And it went to sleep instead of getting food. Brilliant. Okay.
This is truly the power of the Vixie. Rapid fire a bajillion low tier spheres until you win.
Until they succumb. Yeah. Anyways, Ribbon Bunny, because apparently you serve as a multiplier. Ribbon Bunny, where are you? There you are. By the way, what tier of handiwork do I have access to? Oh, Anubis and Splatterina are handiwork 6. I see. That's good.
I don't need a coal node. You know what? I'm over here looking for the glowing mushrooms, and then I just remembered that I have the hip lantern, and I can't see them glowing because the hip lantern works too well.
Yeah. But it's kind of important to have the hip lantern.
I'm gonna shut it off back for this. I can't see if the cavern mushrooms are glowing. When I'm glowing so much, it might as well be a free or full bright room. Oh, the tornadoes also multi-hit, and they do a lot of damage for the apocalypse shot. Alright, my ability selection for my Wispball is scared. They're all the high damage ones. So it's spooky. What do you mean auto? Oh, it just turns on or off. That's turn it off.
Oh, what do you mean habitat unknown for Dormant Tide? Boo.
Ooh, there's sulfur here. This is why I kept my pickaxe with me. Let the self-goad decimate the local catcher's population next time I get the opportunity to.
Because you get better ball recovery.
Yeah, it's
Useful.
what's a
It
quality
is.
of life passive. It's not exactly a good passive, but it makes it.
I completely disagree with the assessment that it's not good.
I think good as in. I'm saying good as in like. Statistically, it's like. The convenience is very nice, but it isn't like a major requirement like stat buffs or other stuff like that. I think, but that's just how I think about it, though.
Okay. That is an inexplicably tanky Catris. Too bad Catris
I
isn't
fish
the-
up Palspheres out of this flack. I need to make some bait and go fishing properly. Instead of just using whatever I collected.
I might need to just get into the habit of carrying around a supply of bait. Because now that I just have a fishing rod on me, when I see sparkly fish, I
Oh
can
yeah, I'm
actually go
gonna
after
have
them.
to do that too. I've not dealt with a lot of that yet. And when I fish, they do give me house fear too.
Huh.
Which is Interesting. All right, I have a question for you. What? I know you put it into 3 stats, but I've kind of mostly evenly split my stat buffs. Mostly.
I was splitting evenly for a while. I ended up weighting towards get carry capacity for a time, just because
Yeah, I was
I
definitely
really
doing that
needed
early
the
on.
extra carry cap. But I suspect over time you're going to want to weigh more and more towards health, because you kind of stop needing more stamina once you can sprint for a solid minute.
Yeah. What
And
stamina do you have right now? I have 240.
uh 350.
Okay, so quite a bit different.
Yeah.
I was pretty comfortable at like even just 200 because that's around when you can take. You only need like half a second of a break between dodges for it to fill back up.
Oh yeah.
Equivalent.
Honestly, I have more stamina than I probably need. I don't regret it. It's useful, but it's probably excessive.
Yeah. Okay. So you haven't had any moments where you just barely run out of stamina climbing or something?
I've I have not noticed my stamina as a mechanic in a
Okay.
while.
So yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing with stamina now that I've had it at.
You know, once you get mounts, you're kind of at the mercy of your mount. So it's not I don't know, I don't find
Yeah,
stamina
that's
comes such a
also
big
true.
deal.
I
I mean,
do
it.
end up like using my glider now and then, but other than that, yeah.
I mean, your glider can be pretty useful when combined with a
Yeah.
flying mount. Get you that extra bit of distance.
It yells at me to try a better sphere, but no, I'll just shoot 100 POW spheres instead. How's that?
I will shoot 100 pal spheres before I actually improve my design. Really, yeah, and at least until you hit the breakpoints where you start having to pay for more complex materials, it's definitely worth it just using the higher tier balls once you get them, because the
Oh
price
yeah.
increase is pretty small compared to the increase in catch success rate. Then you start getting to ultra spheres and ultimate spheres that require specialty materials.
I
And
mean, that's true. I've just pretty much been exclusively using freebies, but if I actually craft them, I'd just craft the higher end one instead.
yeah, I ended up doing crafting because Vixie just couldn't produce enough balls to satisfy my endless hunger to catch stuff. And,
I mean,
and
that's
then I,
also true.
and then I got to the point where those balls just weren't good enough to catch things anyways.
Maybe if I get a third base, I'll just make an entire ranch filled with like 1-star, 2-star Vixies. Just see how much it makes. If I really feel like
It would be
if I need
funny,
a
but
machine gun,
I
of
don't know if it would
Bowspheres.
be
I don't think it'd
ideal.
be very good either.
What?
But it does sound funny just having an endless rain of blue spheres.
This is
It does.
really annoying.
Oh,
I went to my base and it said everyone was hungry and starving. Then I actually investigate and there's plenty of food in the feed box.
yeah. Sometimes when a base is left unattended, pals just kind of gets wedged into. Well, they don't take care of themselves. I don't entirely know why. All
Maybe
you can.
that's why I had the tendency to just put my food dish next to their bed because it'll be easy for them to get to it. Out in the open.
Well, I was
Oh.
having a food dish by each
What
stable.
the?
That makes.
What are you?
You're not even bothering to weaken them first. Your balls would go a lot further if you at least, broke their legs before you started trying to catch them.
I mean, that's also true. But my first reaction was shoot first, ask questions later, American style.
And here I thought it was shoot first, don't bother asking questions.
Well, the questions will be after they're out of their sphere and me looking at their stats.
Fair enough.
Or actually, Palpedia. It's a new one, so it should be somewhere.
Actually, wait, these are Syndicate thugs. Yeah, low-level Syndicate thugs. Yeah, I'm glad you're here. I've been running low on fusion fodder Cubans.
Toko, Univolt, Goblin, Loot Moon, Tugnito, Benwyrm, nope. Nope. These Punk, nope. Here. You. Okay, I must have missed it.
Oh, nice. The boss is Capri. I could use some more of those. And
Tantris, okay. A spider you can ride that has grappling. I'm curious, but okay then. Strange. Arachnophobia mount.
yeah, forget you go for your arachnophobia. But also, it's a fuzzy spider. Yeah,
I know tarantulas are like a little bit more like, aren't they more divisive than non-fuzzy spiders?
okay, allow me to rephrase. That one is a fluffy spider.
Okay. Because I know some people like moles.
Okay. I think there should be more low-level Syndicate dudes around here? Huh, guess not. Oh well.
Hey, some bait.
Oh no, Catris. Catris has made the mistake of beginning to trust me. Ooh. Soon enough, she will understand the depths of her error.
Not now, soon enough. Okay, what else can I drop?
Oh. Wow, I I think I'm just going to carry this high quality bait on me all the time. Because 291 high quality bait only weighs
Ooh.
6 pounds.
Nice. I want to keep you. I'm actively hunting stuff. I guess I do drop some of this sulfur after all. There we go.
Should probably run a quick repaired command. Best to figure out just how vulnerable this sword is to wearing down.
Oh,
Ouch.
another mercy hitter. I have a generic chest somewhere around here. Let's see.
Be right back. All right. Back.
Back.
Yoy.
Those towers with the sealed front. Do you know how to open these up?
You go to them and there's like a mini game or something you play to open those up. Because there's been a couple of open ones. Because it seems like one person has to do the mini game per world, per tower.
Yep. Hacking mini game. Neat. That was easy. What is a Wumpo charm?
Wumpo?
Yep, it looks like a little paper slip with an ice flake on it. A snowflake on it. So I guess
So
it
you just
interacts
don't
with
turn
cold
the M
somehow?
upside down for Wumbo. I'll be honest,
No, it's Wumpo. Wumpo.
I've the first thing that popped up in my head when you said that was literally the SpongeBob bit.
Hmm.
Which is saying something because I haven't watched that in a very long time.
Well, SpongeBob has a way of worming itself into your head.
And it helps that it stayed semi-relevant with how memes are on the internet.
Yes. He is imminently memeable.
Well, hello there, giant egg.
Gosh.
Huge verdant egg.
Oh, it's always fantastic in huge eggs. Because nice stuff can pop out of those.
There's a pal I carry around who has a chance of turning normal eggs into huge eggs.
Oh.
It does say alpha eggs, and from what I was seeing, alpha, it just means they're larger. They don't get any stat buffs from.
I mean, that's still a pretty nice perk.
I agree. These are kind of mid skill fruits. Two of them are low level, or low power.
I wonder if there's any use for skill fruits that you don't intend on actually eating.
Outside of selling them, no clue.
Oh, right. Selling. Did you forget that's an option?
I think of it. I was thinking of just over here.
Engaging with the economy? In this economy?
Oh, that's a cluster of ore. Don't need to keep
Oh,
track of
I'm
that.
in danger. That's a level 60 boss.
Oh boy.
Oh. Oh, that's the problem. This guy's a legendary. I'm in danger.
Just capture a force of nature and keep it in your pocket. Nothing bad will happen. Definitely not. Why do these all fishing wands have to be all sparkly and shiny when I don't have any bait? Oh well. I'll look away for half a second and they won't be anymore. So.
Oh, sorry, Frosted Alien. You hit the 2% threshold. That means I auto catch. Now, granted, I had to use my shotgun on hyper spheres, so you know that
Oh.
wasn't the cheapest catch, but but I got 'em. And frankly, 15
Joe, he
hyper.
can destabilize an entire continent in one foul swoop.
Yeah, yeah, 15 hyper spears to catch a level 60 legendary seems like a fair trade.
I would say so too.
You didn't even get any of my mons KO'd. That honestly went really well. Also, I learned something very important, or rather, remembered something very important. I can just carry a torch to mitigate the cold.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even
It's
think
so easy-
about that because the
so
his
easy to
lantern.
forget.
I like having Arsock with me in my party. This doesn't matter what POW I have.
Makes sense.
Although when I tried that, it didn't seem to work. But I think that was just me nailing with it incorrectly when I had them at my party. It was very strange.
Large and oh, okay.
It
I
is
see that now.
crazy how much electricity one oil, like I need like 4 or 5 electrical powers just to keep it going.
Oh yeah, electricity needs are slightly redonkulous. Um, I've been trying to find a good way to solve that. If I do, I might just breed a couple extra and share those with the rest of you so that we can get past that nonsense. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that to be a legendary. I just thought it was going to be yet another, you know, field boss.
Jumps from 9% to 100%. It always doing it too. It's funny. Come on, I'm gonna keep hitting you from all this far away.
Oh, that's
Let me
not
just-
a good sign. I am suffering from intense cold despite holding the torch.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. You know what? You'll need tips and tricks from me.
yeah, I understand why. It's now night in the already very nasty Iceland.
Yeah, I have to have ice armor and also have the fire POW out at nighttime.
Hmm. There's six.
I miss my cold shirts.
Do you know if that trinket even still exists?
Haven't seen it.
It might be the case of we forever wish for what was lost and long forgotten. Yeah, that was a big.
In the stinking ball.
You may already know this, but if you're on your mount with the mercy ring, the mount is considered also have mercy hit.
Oh yeah, it's been essential.
Wah. Hmm. Yeah.
That's get a bounty. Got aka another boss. Really got to go after every single thing on the map just to try to keep up with the ancient tech requirements. Okay, I think next stop is the rest shrine.
Oh, well, no. Let's get back here. Go into the spheres.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I fired, and then I missed, and then I fired, and then I missed, and then I fired, and I fired, and I missed, and I missed both times. Oh, never mind, you hit.
And whenever it's just these POW raids, I'm just chucking my POW spears. Like,
Free delivery. All right, get in the ball.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? It's not a good idea to enter a boss fight at quarter health. I should go back to my base and let my failing health bar squeegee back together. So it's probably about time to check into the ranch and pick up all the stuff there. Get a few more shotgun loads worth of low tier balls.
Hmm.
Hmm?
I wonder what it costs to make that.
To make what?
A growth acceleration bell.
I don't know. I also don't know what that is.
I bet it's one of those things you have to unlock in the research.
Well, maybe because I found a schematic for it.
Eh? Yeah. The Airwalker Mark 1 schematics. Interesting.
David over here finding the hover boots in 2026.
Shoes. Let's get some shoes.
Found
Those
it
shi-
early. It must have been the.
And the shoes take
The
nicer
bonus to
sand,
the growth
and
time.
I can't afford these shoes.
Oh my.
Yup.
I don't have ancient bark. Or Night Star sand. Or ancient lava. All these trinkets require things that I can't get anywhere near where they actually drop. Or where the recipe dropped. Why do you do this? Why are you like this? Anyways, am I finally capable of making the big fancy furnace? I am finally capable of making the big fancy furnace. Anyways, while I'm here, let's commit all of my oil to making more polymer.
Yeah.
Hey, don't kill the boss, thank you.
But I thought you wanted to win the fight.
I do. Except it was losing health way too fast for me to not be using my mercy hit, pal.
Fair enough. I do find it kind of funny how in these kinds of games, defeating even the most powerful opponents generally isn't the problem. It's keeping them in your pockets. In your filthy, grubby, greedy pockets. I wonder, am I allowed to wear multiple dark support whistles and will their effects stack? It's scrap time.
Don't know why that one was already damaged, but okay then.
It will be a mystery forever. Until we get bored and spill all the news.
Okay, what did I have up marked up here?
Yup. Yeah.
No, wait, I think this is where something spawns in during the night. No, actually, thinking about it, this is where I thought there might
Yeah. Oh.
Where's it losing?
Yeah.
Okay, does be-
Yeah. Oh.
look. What?
Another man dead at my hand. Wonderful.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
Did it again.
What happened again?
When Pal is just clipped through the ground.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's not good. Wonder what's causing that.
Not my pals, but pals I'm fighting until then.
Ah. I've seen that happen a couple times, typically in dungeons.
Yeah. Yup. Wah. Oh.
Just normal diamond, not golden.
Oh. Yeah.
those are just very rare spawns in this area.
Wah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rest in peace, that tree.
Oh yeah, especially as my mom's been leveling. Nearby resource nodes just get incidentally messed up from combat.
I didn't realize you had a giant laser. That was the one move I did not touch. Apparently.
When they just automatically pick up new moves. Well, I guess I'll just put these extra eggs away. Neat.
I guess since I already aggroed against the tower dudes, might as well
Oh, incidentally,
loot them.
I should take a look at that horse I caught. Yep, Frostallion. He's a legend with Ice Emperor. Neato. And he's a flying mount. Huh. Supposedly, I've got good spawn rates down here. So that's convenient. Okay, there's two specific spawns. Check.
Yeah. Oh. Wah. Hup. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
What type of movement speed do you have?
Yeah.
Of course, it's out of range when I tried to.
Whoa.
Oh,
Yup.
that's a good one.
This shell shade is always like just beautiful.
Yeah. 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 Wah. Whoa. Wah. Yeah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah.
Got my first laser
Yeah.
ability.
Yeah.
Is it glorious?
Oh my gosh.
Wah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yellow.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hey, Devin.
You sound really sick.
Yeah, it's been my weekend.
Yeah, sorry I haven't played any Palworld with you guys. I've just been very, very busy with stuff, but I noticed you all were there and I have a spare minute to spend, so
Hello.
Oh,
Hello.
hello.
And it's nothing like gather around
let
Palworld.
me turn Corey.
Yeah, he
let me
got
turn
really
Corey
quiet all
up.
of a sudden for some reason. So.
Oh, sorry. Let me talk closer to the microphone.
Oh. Oh, this is an XP booster for pals. As an
Oh.
accessory. Do you have mysterious mushrooms?
How are you doing, Devin?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Actually, I'm gonna mute the stream.
That's good because that is how you make that.
How many mysterious mushrooms are needed?
Let me check the crafting bin. It needs 10 per accessory.
All right. I've already acquired over 60. Would you like me to drop off a double fistful?
Yeah.
Right.
And the rest are moderately, if not extremely cheap items at our point.
You're just violently stealing the entire island's mushroom supply.
Don't worry, I heard they grow like fungus.
One hope.
What? Oh.
Right. Finally make the stupid cold food box. Then level up.
Yoy.
I'm probably just gonna build it to level up, then break it down because
I've done that before. Just I need this thing for plot progression, but I don't actually want it. I don't think I'm catching that grim tail. It clipped.
Rip. Running.
oh my gosh.
The sound these balls make when, when I shoot an entire shotgun blast of them into something's face is hilarious. Just blow. A master pal trainer. cheap trick to make weak balls stronger.
I see Suzuku as a flying mount is good if you just have a full fire. There was something I caught recently that had a blue tier pass. I wanted to see what it was. Heart of the Movable King. Sandy drops 20% slower.
Nice.
It's better than the one I currently have in every single way, so gets brought in. Wait. Why is it a lower percent? Why is it 22% instead of higher?
Yeah. Yup. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Wow. Yeah. 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 Whoa. Yeah. Wow. Whoa. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Yeah.
It's never a phrase you want to see. Your inventory is full.
Yeah, that is not a good one.
Yeah. Oh. I can drop some stuff like a single piece of hardwood. Some stuff that I know that I already produce in bulk can be left behind.
Oh. Yup. Wah. Yeah.
So, anyways, what was this about? Katniss Ignis. Ooh. Well, that's important. Katniss Ignis gives +1 kindling to other mons at the base.
Ooh.
Wah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Wah.
need to find a fast travel point because my bags are full. Traveling further is not going to be terribly productive.
So Devin,
Yes.
what's your my wife and I on our travels been listening to the Exorcist Files. Have you explored that podcast yet?
No, I don't know what that is.
No. It's I thought maybe since you're Catholic. It's an account from a Catholic exorcist.
Hmm.
And so it's just, stories of his experience.
Yep.
No, I haven't heard of it, so.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. What?
I get so caught up with just base management that I'm so far behind on the main quest.
Oh yeah, it's super easy to just ignore the main quest for a long time. At least until you start getting slapped with recipes you're not allowed to do because you haven't been doing main quest.
Yeah. And so I just went up the fire mountain and fight the lightning
Yeah.
dragon
I don't really understand why he's a lightning guy though. He's supposed to be
guy.
part of the fire cult.
I actually brought water creatures thinking, all right, I'm going to go after a but look, I'll still be able to do it.
Yep.
All right. I was going to build a crude. Oh wait, shoot. I'm actually in a bit of a pickle. I can't level up my base until I build a crude oil extractor. Those can only be built on oil nodes, none of which exist in my bases.
Yep.
I think we're going to have to dismantle one of my bases, and I don't like that. I have them set up the way I like them, dang it. You know, I'm going to pull up one of those Palworld maps. If I can find a spot that has...
Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Oh. Wah. Yeah.
Ah, there's a spot that looks like it'll do the trick. Actually, I think it's this. It's the one that lied about the supernode.
Oh.
This-
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Yup. Wah. Yeah. Yeah. Yup.
Let's just grab a whole bunch of rocks so we can build bases.
Wah.
Um,
Oh. Yup. Yeah. Oh.
so I know that stuff built outside of a base deteriorates. Do you know how quickly?
No.
Okay.
I've seen things deteriorate when I'm gone, like after a while. It's not like instant.
Okay. Basically, I'm asking because
Yeah.
I've scouted out a preliminary new spot, on the map, and
Oh.
I'm thinking that I want to build the stone structure before I actually dismantle the old mining base and shift it over to minimize disruption. suppose at the end of the day, it probably is beneficial to move my mining spot to be in range of some more
Yeah.
high tier ore.
Yeah. Yup. Yeah. Wah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Wah. Oh. Wah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Hup. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yup. Yoish. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Oh.
Don't you just love it when you're just like everything's level 30 and then you see a POW that you never have seen before and you're like, I'm gonna go for it, and it's level 57.
If the critter's bigger than the other stuff in the area, that tends to be pretty common. And it's always I fall for it every time. Because I always go for the shiny.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Wah. Oh. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. 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 Yep. Yeah. Yep.
Ah, that was a lucky with 4 perks on it.
Very lucky
4
indeed.
passes. Completely different on it. Okay.
Palladium, tin, ancient parts.
About ancient parts?
Oh, just you're reading off a list of ingredients I'm going to need.
Okay.
Okay. And now I
Oh
clean my
no, not
inventory as
these
much as possible.
again.
Stash all of my bonds at the mining base and make the jump. Yeah, that's a lot of new stuff.
You really just can't beat the robots with the 6 lumber.
I have not beat them yet, no. I hear that Anubis competes, as does his amphibian counterpart, but they're also much more troublesome to source.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, so coal goes there.
Wah.
Goes there. Stone
Yeah. Yeah.
goes here.
Yeah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah. Wah.
You might be right, Justin. It's probably just my memory. Thinking that the gun reloads faster. You're probably right, Justin. It's probably my memory just playing tricks with me, thinking the gun reloads faster.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wah.
Yeah, I just was in that because that seemed the simpler option.
Wah. Yeah.
And one way of it being faster is you not needing to reload it at all because it one-shots things.
Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Wah. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. 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 Wah. Oh. Wah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Wah. Yep. Oh.
Ooh, a fancy chest. Is it real?
Yeah. Wah. Yeah.
Oh, I need a kindling pal to open up this chest. I don't have
Yeah, I've been finding a lot of chests like those. There's also ones that require watering or electricity.
Oh, someone already took out this boss. Oof.
Oh. Yep. Yeah. Wah. Yeah. Oh. What? Yoy. Yeah.
Ow. Penguins are actually being murderous in these parts.
Yeah, they're violent creatures. They are still pals.
Hmm.
I think that's the variant. Okay.
Wah. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Wah. Huh. Wah. Oh. Yoy. Wah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Oh.
That was a rude interruption. Definitely good to know that my new base is close enough to get into those raiders that they can't just notice me sometimes. Unfortunately, the positioning is somewhat non-optional, so I think I just have to suck up and deal with that.
Yeah. Yep. Wow. Oh. Yeah. Yep. Oh. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What's this one? Another kindling chest.
Wow. Oh. Oh. Hup.
Right, now we can get the farming component of this place online.
Yeah. Yup. Hmm. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Hmm. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, a gold key, you say?
Oh. Hup. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Yup. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Wow. Yeah. 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 Oh. Oh. Yeah. Wow. Hup.
Hey, David, are you at your base right now?
I just came back to it. Yeah.
All right, because I was able to find a schematic, and surprise, surprise, there is the cold resistant accessory still.
Oh, wonderful.
I was able to make 3, assuming the quarry's still around.
I will gladly take you up on that.
It has been sorely missed.
Yeah.
I will be at the Hill of Beginnings.
All right, I will meet you there.
Coming.
Yeah, been rebuilding my mining facility at a different location. Immunity to belting. Oh, immunity to freezing.
Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Hey, Justin, would you like this?
No, thank you. My accessories are full. But thank you for the offer.
Curious.
I am glad to find this undershirt because I've been having freezing issues at my own base.
Oh, well, that's troublesome.
I'm just even too lazy to build like a fire pit, because even a fire pit will keep you warm.
Yeah, but that takes up one of your mom's time.
Yes, and that is exactly the reason why I haven't.
Wow. Yep. Yeah. 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 Whoa.
We need to do another ore run.
My goodness.
Okay, so anything left? Oops. Got my chef. Got my power generator. Got my fertilizer and water. Irrigator. That's the word. I think the space is just complete. Which means I have some spare slots to do something productive.
Oh my goodness. All right, I feel like I've made decent progress.
Does that sound like you're getting off for the day?
Well, I'm done playing Palworld, at least.
Okay.
I'm gonna go on a walk, but I'm bringing my phone so I can keep on talking. But yeah, beat the first tower, so feel like that's a pretty good place to call it.
There you go.
Yeah,
So-
progress.
So Monday, going over to a friend's house. Going over to a friend's house, and we're thinking of probably doing a raid Monday evening.
Unfortunately, I cannot do that. I have a cyberpunk game that I'm going to. Like, I do not have what's the word?
An open schedule.
My schedule is like completely open except Mondays.
Ah,
Monday is the Yeah, Mondays I play. We're doing a Cyberpunk 2020 campaign with some other people, and Monday is is game day. So unfortunately, literally cannot do anything on Mondays. Or at least not Monday evenings, because that's when the campaign is running.
Understandable.
Well, this is like a one-time thing, so it's not a regular thing. So I get to hope to catch you around other times then.
Yeah, the like if you said Tuesday or Wednesday, I probably could have made that happen. But Monday, absolutely not.
Well, we do have Great Tuesday, so it's we plan on playing Palworld. So there's that.
All right, I'll if I see you guys on, like
But
I might hop on because unfortunately, like I said, my schedule is open,
not Mondays.
but except for Mondays. The problem with having a quote unquote open schedule though, so school starts back up obviously in like late August, early September. So I'm pretty much free until then. But with my YouTube channel, I do try and put out videos regularly.
Mm-hmm.
So it's basically like, all right, I wake up, I work on a YouTube video or something like that, and then I spend a lot of time on that. Like the videos I put out are unfortunately pretty heavily researched. I don't just get to jump on and be like, all right, here's what I'm doing. I unfortunately have to do research. I unfortunately have to make assets for the video.
Yep.
Like, I'm not saying that like streaming is easy, but for luckily I in streaming, fortunately it's like, all right, I don't need to worry about actually like doing a bunch of research beforehand, so I don't get like a bunch of negative comments about putting out misinformation.
That's fair.
Instead, I get a bunch of comments where it's like people getting mad at me for having a bunch of multiplication. Like, guys, it's multiplication. It's not that bad.
This is
Too
math.
much math.
This is what we're here for. This is why you're on the channel, to hear the math of how the funny horses run.
Yeah, my latest video, they've started a meme in the comments where, because the first person I mean, I'll just post the image that they're complaining about in general, or the slide that they're complaining about in general. One second. I'll post that in what they're the meme that they keep on posting. Where is it? There it is. So yeah, people were getting mad at me for that. They're just, luckily I can't respond with with images on in comments because I would definitely be responding with them to them with the actual formula instead of my simplified doing all the math for them formula. Because this is the actual formula. I simplified it a lot so that it's actually understandable to a layman.
That was your first mistake. No, leave the mechanics impenetrable to those who aren't willing to read.
Well,
And then laugh at the
literally the actual math does not matter. The point of the video is to just illustrate that it's like, yeah, you want to use all three of these together because they multiply each other instead of add to each other.
Ah.
Like literally, I say in the video, it's like, yeah, the math actually doesn't matter. You just need to know that it's like more equals good. More equals good, less equals bad. These mood effect is best, then training effectiveness. Friendship effectiveness is best, then training effectiveness. Mood effectiveness is the least effective, but it does multiply. But people got very scared of the multiplication for some reason because there was a lot of it.
God, he brought numbers. Run!
It requires thinking. Escape.
Well, it's not as honestly, the formula for the specialty priority is worse than that. But luckily, the specialty priority can be shown visually very easily, where it's harder to explain without visuals. So since it's easy to explain using visuals, no one complained about it.
Makes enough sense.
I don't know. I'm not actually getting like negative comments and whatnot. It's just everybody posting the one thing with the slide going bruh. But to me, it's just like you clicked on a video called "How Support Cards Work" and you weren't expecting any math.
No, they just want to.
Unfortunately, there will always be those people that click it and don't think at all. But hey, that's not your target audience, so
Well, yeah.
We are certainly the slide and scroll.
we'll have to deal with them wandering into it still, though. Unfortunately.
Like I don't mind all of the comments. One, it's funny to just have the same comment like 7 times, the exact same comment. Also, it just helps, algorithmically. Where it doesn't care that it's a meme. It's still like, oh, people are commenting on it. Therefore, people want to see this. But yeah, I literally just started the channel just because I got tired of every other content creator for this game being horrible at their job.
No, your numbers are wrong.
It's not even that their numbers are wrong. It's like, okay, you explained what to do. You didn't explain why to do it. I know why to do it. I'm assuming you know why to do it too. These people do not know why to do it, so that's why they make bad decisions, because they don't actually know the why for the what.
Yeah, but you see, that's actually the point. But yeah, by making sure that people just follow the road correct answer. They don't actually know how to do it themselves, so they keep coming back to the content creators for answers. It's called building a captive audience.
I don't even think it's that. I think everyone just regurgitates what everyone else says about this game.
Or that. That's also very likely.
Yeah, that sounds very likely.
Like
But that's not conspiracy minded
Unfortunately,
enough,
it's
so it's
less
boring.
effort and much faster to just regurgitate the meta and not say why it's meta.
So I assume that. Okay, so I would put there's like 3 tiers of content creator for Uma Musume. There's the bottom tier, which I despise the most, where they just pull what's popular off of Reddit.
So they're
or,
pretty much reactors.
Okay, so there's the tier that just starts every video with, did you know in Uma Musume, and then whatever's popular on Twitter or Reddit that day. It doesn't matter if it's true or not.
That sounds awfully AI, but I can see that.
Well, I know it's not AI generated in the sense that, it's a real person who is quote unquote curating the information, because I probably saw the Reddit post, or probably not the Reddit post. I don't go on Reddit, but I probably saw the Twitter post that they're reacting to and talking about.
Yeah.
And it's whether or not the Twitter post is true or not is beside the point. It's just, laziness. It's just stealing other people's content.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant by the React thing, but yeah.
And it's, the absolute bottom of the barrel. Then there's the tier, I would say, that's above that, where they're actually making content, but their content is poorly researched and poorly thought out. I've recently...
That's the most common of them all.
Yeah, I've recently... I haven't actually gone against them publicly, but I've talked to friends about how much I dislike this content creator because of how shoddy the research is.
Do I need to mute my stream?
Very surface level.
No, it's fine. I'm not going to say their name.
Okay.
This time. Loudly.
You'll have a YouTube video to base your evidence.
The main problem is that the most highly competitive part of this game is our champions meets, and you know exactly what the track conditions are. You know exactly which track it is. There is no randomness on what is going to happen outside of certain things that we know are going to be randomized. But the distance of the track, which track it is, what time of day it is, all of these different things, we know exactly. Literally, all you have to do is just look up the information. And he just keeps on saying the wrong track conditions in his video. Where it's just no, it's not firm conditions. We know it's wet conditions. Why are you recommending people bring Narita top roads to get firm course menace when we know it's wet conditions? Why are you saying that it's, non-standard distance when we know it's standard distance? And that's just, like I said, that's just shoddy research. Shoddy research, shoddy editing, and frankly, I don't think that these champions meets guides are actually that useful. I never watched them. I just do my own research.
I think the intent is for the players who want to rank highly without spending time doing research. So
Sure.
you're not
I,
exactly the target
I
audience in that
understand
case.
what purpose they serve. I just think that they're lazy.
Yes.
Like it's lazy content because just regurgitate. It doesn't take a genius to say that, the conditions of the course are firm. I should probably have firm conditions as one of my skills. But apparently that's too much for some people because they keep on making very basic mistakes. So there's that tier. And then there's the tier above that, which is, I think that their content is fine on a technical level. It's just, I don't think it's very useful.
Right?
Like, it's like, okay, yeah, this is, technically correct. It's just, I don't think that anybody actually needs to know this or cares. But what do I know? I'm not the one with, all of the subscribers. But, so, it was kind of a put your money where your mouth is type thing. Where it's like, okay, you keep on complaining about all of these people. You think you could do better? It's like, okay, I guess I'll try.
Apparently the answer is yes, you do. So here we are.
Yeah.
And
So yeah, I'm
congrats.
doing well.
Congrats finding a niche.
Yeah, I have to think about what my next video is going to be. The video that I just put out has been a video that's been on the back burner, mostly because I knew it was going to take forever to actually make. And what do you know? It took forever to actually make. It was not as bad as the Legacy video, but it was still pretty bad.
The Legacy video?
Okay, so in the game, the video I put out just now was on support cards. You get to bring 6 of them with you. And, obviously different support cards do different things. And the video was less about this card is good or this card is bad. It was more like, all right, you already know Kitos on Black is good or Mars Ensky is good. Why are they good? How do you actually read what the cards do? Rather than just getting, a YouTuber to tell you that you want Mars Ensky at a single limit break to get most of her effect. Why does it work like that? So that was the intention of the video. The other video I put out are legacies, and legacies are when you finish a run, you have, based on how you did in the run, you get a legacy, and it's supposed to represent in the real world, okay, a horse, won these races. A horse was effective at these things. A horse has these different, this pedigree.
Yeah.
So how they represent that in Uma Musume is you have legacies, and you use the legacies to inspire your future runners.
Okay.
So, but in doing that, you need to know exactly how a legacy works. And legacies are super, super complicated. Parents are super, super complicated because they don't really tell you how any of this works. They tell you a little bit about,
So is it almost trial and error to get the information?
Well, that's the nice thing about this game. someone's already done all the legwork. Since this game has been out for, 4 years in Japan, we have perfect knowledge of how all of these mechanics work. Or at least, the best guess of the people who broke it down 4 years ago. So, yeah, we have all of this information. It's just the information's difficult for a lot of people to get a hold of. Because a lot of the guides are in Japanese. I can't read Japanese either. The other problem, though, is that the English resources are just not super visible for whatever reason. So there's a lot of misinformation about how things work. There's a lot of half-truth. So the legacy video was me trying to set the record straight of this is exactly how it works based off of what I can put together on how, things work. So,
This is what legacies affect. This is what they don't affect. This is what actually determines your legacy's effects.
This is what the percentages are. This is what, you have X% to, spark this if you do this. This is what it does affect. This is what it doesn't affect. You have this percentage of a chance to get a white spark. If you're above SS, it increases your chances to this. This is exactly how an inspiration event works. This is what it means when you get a gold inspiration event. Just all of these different things where it's okay, this is how it works, basically.
Yeah.
None of the so there are what's the word? I understand why people put out the simplistic version of it. It's well, if you have 2 groundwork sparks, you have about this chance. Because the actual formula is a pain to do. But it's not true. You don't actually know how many what your chances of getting groundwork off your inspiration is, unless you know how much affinity you have.
Also, probably doesn't help that most people don't understand the statistics very well. I will say that.
At least a 27%. You probably have a way higher chance, though. Anyways, that was the intention of that. It is the longest edited video on my channel. It was my most popular before I had my hit video that did way better than I was expecting it to. But yeah, I don't know what my next video is going to be on. I think it's going to be something a little bit more stream of consciousness rather than highly edited, highly researched.
Okay.
A new scenario just came out, and we're about a week in, a week and a half maybe. So now would be a good time to just be all right, here are my initial thoughts about Grand Live. My initial thoughts is it's not good. Which I think might be a hot take with the more casual players.
Why would the casuals find that a hot take?
Okay, so this requires a little bit of backstory about the recent scenarios that have been out.
Okay.
So the scenario before Grand Lives was called Make a New Track. And Make a New Track was different than the other previous scenarios because it gave absolute freedom in which races you decide to run. And a very, very powerful meta was built around running as many races as possible. Now, this was, one, counterintuitive to a lot of casual players because there's a lot of things in game that tell you that you should not take these kinds of like casual players are very risk adverse about certain things, especially when the game makes it clear that this is risky.
Okay. I'm assuming it's because stuff happens like your Uma gets disheartened if she loses races, and so people don't want to take that risk.
It's more of if you run a certain amount of races in a row, you can get hurt. You get hurt. So what changes that though in a new track is twofold. One, the getting hurt is not actually that bad from like a strictly technical level. You getting hurt reduces your stats, and it's not a guarantee that it's going to happen. It's a chance that it's going to happen. But it reduces your mood and it reduces some of your stats by like 5. The of winning though outweighs that. So there's that. The other part of it is that you get some of the more negative effects. Make a New Track's entire gimmick was the more races you get, the more race coins you get. And you can use race to buy powerful items in the shop. And some of the items that you could buy were specifically to mitigate stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you could buy, if your mood goes down, you buy a cupcake, and that sets your mood back up. You get a skin condition, you buy skin lotion, which cures the skin condition. Stuff like that.
Okay, so long as you've run enough races, by the time you actually suffer the injury, you throw a snack at the problem, and you keep going like nothing happened.
You mitigate it. Right.
Okay.
So it creates a very, very consistent scenario where if you knew what you were doing, you would get very, very high scores every single time because of just how consistent races were. It also, the problem that casuals had with it, besides the counterintuitiveness of the play pattern from how they were originally taught to play, the other problem
we keep losing you.
maybe like 25 if I was on a roll.
Maybe 25 was? I'm sorry. We lost most of that paragraph.
I was saying that the main problem that people had with Mant, though, is it was time consuming.
Okay.
It took, on a good run, and I was fast at Mant. I did not suffer the same decision paralysis that a lot of other people did.
By the way, never buy the homing spear launcher. It sucks.
Yeah, I found that out. It's awkward.
Sorry, I know you're talking, Devin, but you keep going in and out.
You're fine. but yeah, what I was saying though is that Mant takes like took like 30 minutes on average for a person who was fast at it, like me. For a casual player, it could take 50 minutes to an hour. So it was incredibly time consuming for most casual players. It was confusing to a lot of casual players. And it was incredibly competitive. Since everything was so consistent, people like me, who are competitive at this game, really, really liked it because instead of wasting a bunch of time with a bunch of, you know, RNG, things really standardized. And in a standardized metagame, you know, I don't need to run a million runs to get something good. But this was incredibly bad for casual players. Players that either couldn't or didn't want to put in the time investment. And it was also disheartening because all of the competitive players are pointing out, and this is true, that actually Mant is, you know, very free-to-play friendly. Well, it's free-to-play friendly, but it wasn't, it was free-to-play friendly, but it wasn't, casual friendly, if that makes sense.
So it was grind friendly.
Well, it wasn't even grindy. Mant would reward people with high knowledge in the game. If you knew how all of the mechanics worked together, if you were very, very consistent, you could play with a free-to-play deck of like all free cards and do very, very well.
I see.
The problem is that, you know, one, those cards might have been free to play, but they're no longer available because the event that they came from ran like, you know, 6 months ago.
Because this is the genre of FOMO.
Well, it's more of, well, if you weren't playing 6 months ago, it doesn't matter that I got these cards for free. You know, I can't get them right now. Also, people have horrible, you know, pull discipline in this game, where, you know, I'm not even actually going to get into that. Point being that it was very free to play friendly. In theory, it was, but what it wasn't was casual friendly.
Or new player friendly. Because it was only free to play friendly if you already had an established collection of free stuff.
Anyways, so the new scenario came out, and the new scenario is the complete opposite. It actively discourages you from doing any additional races based on the mechanics. It actively encourages very simplistic gameplay is the best word for it. It's not simple, but the play pattern is simplistic. It's very easy to pick up what you're supposed to do.
All right.
Now, all of the mechanics around this are where the difficulty comes in. But the core gameplay loop of click speed is very easy to understand.
Yeah.
So the problem that competitive players have is it's an RNG fiesta. If anything bad happens in your run, you probably just need to scrap it immediately because it's not even worth playing out, because you know that it's not going to be good, because you missed a single turn of training, because you failed your training, or, you know, you got a condition or something like that and needed to go to the infirmary. If you ever take your foot off of the pedal, If you ever, slow down at all, the run's probably over. If you ever, if you get bad song RNG, in Grand Live, they have a, it revolves around, you're putting on a concert.
Okay.
So you need to learn certain songs. And different songs give you different advantages. And which songs you get are completely up to chance. So obviously certain songs are better than other songs. So if you get bad songs, run's over. Nothing you could have done about it. If you, there is a card that is currently being played who's called Light Hello. And her gimmick is that she gives you the scenario currency randomly when you click on her in training.
Okay.
You get bad Light Hello RNG, runs over. You just don't have enough currency to actually buy everything. And then, if you get just bad training RNG, which is just, normal, and then you just need to contend with like the regular RNG of Uma Musume, where sometimes training RNG is bad, sometimes you don't spark medium, sometimes you get a bad inspiration, sometimes you just get unlucky and you fail a 1% training. So you just need to contend with all of that on top of it. And it's a complete 180 from Make a New Track. Make a New Track was very consistent. Races were much more consistent than training. And you would get very, very consistent stat lines out of it. The other benefit of Make a New Track is that if your run didn't go well, if you quote unquote failed to run, failed to create the ace that you were trying to look for, it was very, very easy to shift into it being actually a good legacy. Because the core gameplay of running a bunch of races is what you want to do with your legacies anyways.
Okay.
So, but the problem with Grand Live is the mechanics of it disincentivize you from running a bunch of races.
So if you're going to try to make somebody who's a good legacy in Grand Live, you have to accept that it's going to be a crappy run.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, the Grand Live has some other problems too. So they increased the speed cap by a lot.
All right.
So, surprisingly, in a game that's a race, you want to be faster than your opponents.
No.
I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that. You have to do some equations and whatnot if you want to figure out if you're actually using all of that speed. But, the meme about, how I click speed to go faster is mostly true. Let me see if I can actually find that meme. What? Yeah, I had posting it again in general. So, with the increased speed caps, though, it is now, after a certain point of training your speed, you start to run into once you get it above a certain point, your speed gains are cut in half.
Okay. Diminishing returns. Pretty standard.
It's not really diminishing returns because it's by a set amount. It's by 50%.
True. It's a soft cap still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it requires you to bring more speed cards than you would otherwise want to. Because you want to hit the new cap. Or at least get as close to it as possible. So the gameplay is balancing how much can I sacrifice and everything else to hit the new speed cap. And still hit the new speed cap.
Okay.
And the answer is... Depends on how lucky you are.
Okay.
It also doesn't help that the current CM that everyone's preparing for is a dirt race. And dirt races are more difficult than turf races because there's just less good options. Like almost in Japan, turf races are way more popular than dirt races.
Okay.
So
there's more Umas based off of turf runners.
yeah,
And so more. Yeah, and so overall better options. Okay.
better options isn't quite the right thing. The dirt options that exist are so strong that a lot of times people will try and get them to be able to run on turf. So it's more limited options rather than not powerful options.
Okay.
So the metagame is completely it's built around 3 different characters, and 2 of them are the same person. One is an alt of the other one.
Oh no. So it's the samiest possible race.
So the options right now are Christmas Oguri. She is probably the tier 1. She's probably the best option, and she's probably the easiest to build. I have her. It's very, very good for me. So you have Christmas Oguri. In a tier below that, you have Kopano Riki. And she is very strong, but she's probably weaker than Oguri Cap. And she's way, way harder to build than Oguri Cap. So, and then the tier below that, you just have regular Oguri Cap. Because you can't have a champions meet without Oguri Cap. She's always the best option, or at least 3rd best option.
Yeah, it's a gotcha game, all right. There's always going to be at least one character that is just head and shoulders over every other.
Like, it makes sense that it's Oguri Cap. Oguri Cap is like the Seabiscuit of Japan.
I see.
Like, it's impossible to understate how influential Oguri Cap is. You ask who the most famous horse in Japan is to a random Japanese person, they probably say Oguri Cap.
Okay.
Like, people who are not interested in horse racing know who Oguri Cap is. Like, it is impossible to understate how influential Oguri Cap was and still is.
Okay.
So, it makes sense that Oguri Cap is incredibly strong. They were probably, doing backflips when they got the rights to be able to use Oguri Cap. And obviously they want, Oguri Cap to be strong because everyone loves Oguri Cap so much.
Yeah, and will want to pull her and then feel justified in using her. Yeah.
Right. So the main thing with Oguri Cap, though, is she's good at everything. And the thing that she isn't good at, she would probably be better there if she was good at it, which is where the legacies come in. Because you can use your legacies to affect how good someone is at something at the different distances.
Okay.
The only thing that Oguri Cap can't run are sprints. And she's really, really good if you're able to get her sprint affinity up. Anyways, that's all beside the point. The point is that, so that's, those are the actually good runners. Unfortunately, all of the other dirt runners are just not good on this track, is the main thing. Like,
right.
they may be good in their own right or on different tracks, but this particular track is very, very conducive to Kopano Riki and Oguri Cap.
All right. What about the track makes it so favorable for them?
Okay, so how the mechanics of the game work is that there are 3 phases of a race. The only phase that you need to know about is the final third of it.
All right.
In the final third of the race, your speed cap gets removed, and you can now hit your top speed. Before that point, you're trying to conserve energy to make sure that you can, have enough energy to actually finish the race. But once you get to the final third of the race, you get to actually try and hit your top speed here and try and finish the race. So it's not that the first 2/3 of the race don't matter, it's that the final third of the race is the most important.
Okay.
Each character in the game has a different ultimate. They have a unique ability that is unique to them.
Yeah.
And these uniques will trigger at different spots. So ideally, when your speed cap gets removed, you want to hit acceleration as soon as that happens. Because if everyone is going at the same speed, because everyone's hitting the speed cap, whoever accelerates the fastest is actually moving faster.
Yeah.
So a lot of ultimates in the game are acceleration, and they work off of different conditions. So some of them will be like, if you're in the final corner, you begin to accelerate. Other ones will be something like, at a certain point in the race, you start to accelerate.
Okay.
The track, how it's set up, is very, very strong for specifically Kopano Riki and Oguri Cap because their accelerations trigger at the right spot.
Okay.
So Kopano Riki just has it set up in a way where she has a lot of it just triggers at the right spot. Oguri Cap is a little bit different. How her acceleration works is it's basically like a puzzle that you need to do. Her acceleration says that if you do on your third recovery skill that you do,
okay,
you get her ultimate. And her ultimate is really, really strong. It gives a lot of speed, it gives a lot of acceleration, and it gives a lot of recovery. It's probably the strongest ult in the game by pure numbers. And it's like that because you need to jump through a hoop of, you need to hit you need to hit 3 different recovery skills.
Okay.
So, how you build Christmas Oguri is you give her 2 recoveries that that go off in the early or mid game, and
All
then
right,
you
just to
use
make sure that they're out of the way in time.
right,
Okay.
and then there's a recovery in the game that's called triple sevens. And triple sevens hits when there's 777 meters left in the race. It just so happens that that's exactly when you want to hit your acceleration on this track.
Ah,
So, and then she has a different recovery that also triggers at the same spot that I don't need to go into. The main thing is that when there's 777 meters left in the race, you hit triple sevens, and then she hits her insane acceleration and just overtakes everyone. And you are probably in the best position you are in to win because you hit your acceleration exactly where it needed to go.
all right.
So yeah, that's why Christmas Ogre is so good. It's very, very consistent if you build it correctly. Topano Riki, her ability is way more difficult to do because it also requires you to jump through hoops, but her hoop is way harder to jump through.
All right.
Her hoop is okay. So her unique gives her acceleration and speed based off of the amount of green skills you have, and green skills activate based off of the conditions of the track. So
Okay.
we have perfect knowledge. We know that it's, Oi, we know it's standard distance, we know it's wet conditions, we know it's right-handed, we know it's in fall, we know it's, I think it's sunny. Anyways, so we know what the conditions are going to be. That's not the problem. The problem is actually getting them. Because she needs 6 of them for her ability to be at max power.
Which means during training you need to actually find that many skills.
So you need to do the groundwork to actually get all of these skills if you want it to be as powerful as possible. So it's significantly harder.
Okay.
You got to get her feng shui correct.
Mm.
Yeah, that's actually her gimmick. But so the main thing is that it's really, really strong. It's the second strongest thing that you can do. The problem is that one, Kopano Riki is like brand new. She's not the newest character in the game, but she's like the second newest character in the game. So a lot of people don't have her. The other problem is this hoop is insurmountable for a lot of people. Like collecting the right feng shui for her is incredibly difficult. The other problem is that it's just probably worse than what Oguri is doing, and Oguri is way easier.
No, that's not ideal design.
Well, it's not ideal design if it was designed. There will be other cases where Kopano Riki is better than Oguri. It just happens to be, in this case, Oguri Cap is strong. The other problem is that this course is entirely flat. And hills actually provide a lot of benefit. because if you're going downhill, you consume less stamina.
Okay, so I'm guessing you just want to time a recovery skill so that you recover as you get to the peak of the hill, and then you just basically get to coast on a full stamina bar.
So, how the game works is it doesn't actually take stamina to go up a hill. It takes power to go up a hill.
Okay.
And going down a hill recovers stamina. It does some other things too, but the important thing is it recovers stamina. So the course says that it's 2,000 meters. So, but it actually has stamina requirements closer to most 2,400 meter courses because it doesn't have any downhills. So it's deceptive in the stamina requirements. The other problem is that when you build a champions meet team, you run 3 different runners. It's not just you're running one character. You're running 3 different characters, and you are aiming for first place. It doesn't matter if your other 2 runners come in 7th and in 8th or 9th place. So long as you come in first with your runner, you win. And it's also winner takes all. It doesn't matter if you come in 2nd or 3rd place.
Okay, so you're encouraged to play very swingy racers who will either take first or will fall on their face.
Well, it leads to certain sacrifices to be made with certain racers. There are strategies that you can do where it's like, well, this character has no intention of winning. They will never win. It's impossible for them to win because of just how they're built. However, they debuff everyone else. And typically I'm not a huge fan of the debuff plan because generally speaking, 3 aces will perform better than 1 ace, 2 debuffers because you have 3 chances to win as opposed to 1 chance of winning, and the other 2 are it's essentially putting all your eggs in one basket with the debuffer plan. The problem is since there's not a lot of good runners, suddenly the debuffer plane is looking a lot better. Because it's like, alright, I'm already putting all my eggs in one basket, might as well make that basket as strong as I can.
Yeah.
And in the game, right now, there are 2 different types of debuffers. There are those that debuff speed, and there are those that debuff stamina.
Because there's a deceptively stamina-heavy course, debuffing could actually be rather brutal.
So stamina debuffing is an all-or-nothing strategy. You either debuff their stamina enough where they cannot win, or your debuffs did nothing. They just tank them.
Yep.
Speed debuffing is way more consistent, but it won't absolutely kill a racer and make it so that they cannot compete. So, but since, like you said, it's deceptively low, the stamina requirements seem to be lower than they actually are. A lot of people are going to try and do the stamina debuff plan. And it leads to an arms race of, alright, well, I have enough stamina for the
course, but I'm expecting people to show up and startle my horse to waste stamina, so I need to have some spare to survive. But the debuffers know this, so they're going to invest more into debuffing.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it leads to an arms race. Where, but then all of that stamina that's being used there is completely worthless if nobody actually showed up with a stamina debuffer. So it's just another piece of the puzzle.
It's a level of mind games.
And the last part of why this puzzle is so annoying is stamina is super hard to get in Grand Live right now.
Ah,
Since you spend the entire time clicking speed, you don't have time to click stamina. It's suboptimal. If you're clicking stamina, you're losing. So,
unless by clicking stamina, it causes you to not gas out. Well, the people who did click speed do gas out.
sure, but from a way that the scenario is designed, they want you to click one or two stats the entire time.
Mm.
So anything that de-incentivizes you from clicking those stats is, lost points. It might be necessary, but from like just a strictly numerical point of view, it would have been better clicking speed. If you were just trying to get the highest numbers possible, it's better to click speed. So, you don't want to click stamina. It is bad to run stamina cards for the most part.
But there's this
But
threat that
we
if
need
you
a-
don't do either, then
You're
you're
gonna-
going to get killed by a debuffer.
Right. So it just feels really bad to play right now because it's like I tried not running a stamina card and I don't think it's enough, unfortunately, to not run at least one stamina card. And luckily I have the best stamina card. I have Super Creek. Like I have most of the good cards. at
Okay,
this
so
point.
when you've mentioned you got cards and you got training actions. Are you are legacies and cards the same thing, or are they something else?
Legacies and cards are completely different.
Okay. What do legacies do, and is it possible to leverage your legacy to fix your stamina for you?
That's part of it. So, legacies allow you to. They buff all sorts of different things. They buff your stats, they buff your aptitudes, they buff your skills. So, one of the ideas is okay, I can't run a stamina card, but I can run 18 stamina sparks. The problem is most people don't have 18 stamina sparks. I do have 18 stamina sparks, but they're not the right stamina sparks because I need a specific legacy for Oguri Cap to run the way that he does, because I need to inherit a ability called U equals MA squared. So I don't have a 9 stamina spark U equals MA squared. So, and I don't have one to borrow that has the right stuff connected to it.
And nothing less than just straight 18 stamina would be enough.
Yeah. I think I'm running like 12 right now. I tried to cope with like 12. And it I think it might have even been 13. And it was not enough. So I need to run the 1 stamina card to help get that little bit extra more, so I don't die to debuffers. The problem is now it's harder to hit speed cap. It just feels worse to play. Anyways, this was a very long way to say that if you're a casual player, none of this matters to you. This is all very, very high-level competitive stuff that casual players don't know about and don't care about. So they'll be like, No, Grand Live's great. I get to click speed every single turn, and I get to see big numbers. Like, literally, none of this matters to the average casual player. This is all entirely above their pay grade and above their head. So when competitive players come out and say, yeah, Grand Life's horrible, it sucks, the casual players are all like, well, you know, you're just mad. You're just angry because, you know, casual players are having a good time. I don't care if casual players are having a good time or not. If they're having a good time, more power to them. But from a competitive point of view, it's really bad. We are making a lot of compromises, and it's incredibly swingy. Like, okay, so the rating system in the game, it used to be that, you know, back in Make a New Track, if you were playing at the highest level, most of the competitors you would run into during a champions meet would be like SS rank, S plus, SS plus maybe. Once in a blue moon, you might see a UG. And, you know, if they got really, really lucky, I think in my last champions meet, I ran a UG3 for Make a New Track. And that was like an incredibly high roll, and didn't even win. It was also a Guru cap, but that's beside the point. The problem with Grand Live is that the swinginess has gotten really, really bad, where you can have competitive racers down in like UG3, UG2, but there are people who will high roll like a I think they're hitting UEs now, which is like 2 letter grades above everyone else.
Just because the dice favored them. All right.
Yeah. You just, wherein, you know, back in Mant, everything was very consistent. Everything in Grand Live is up to the dice roll, and if you high roll, and you high roll hard enough, there's probably nothing anyone can do to stop you.
So during the race itself, how much agency do you have? Because so far
nothing.
it sounded like okay, so everything is just runs automatically once you actually click run.
What? Everything is in prep work.
Okay. So there are no real adjustments you can make to, like how the horse is going to run mid race because you see,
No.
oh no, everyone's going to spook her.
Nope. You need to plan accordingly. It is the game is much more horse management than horse jockeying. You play as the trainer, not as the jockey.
Yes.
Basically. So, well, once the race begins, it is literally up to RNG how you do. No, all of the skill expression happens in the training. There's not like a little mini game that you can hit to, you know, restore her stamina harder, or, you know, you can't do a combo to, you know, race better.
I was even thinking of just stuff like, hey, they're going to be spooking you. Run slightly slower for now. Yeah, your opponents will get a little lead, but you're not going to gas.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is not a. At a very technical level. Okay, so technically, you do have a little bit of control in certain places. Uh, so there are 4 different main styles of racing. You can either be a front runner, which means that you try and take the lead from the beginning and hold on to the lead the entire time. There's pace chasers, which is you try and keep pace with everyone else and then, overtake at the very end. There are late surgers, which are slightly behind that, but they're not in the back, and they try and conserve their energy and then move at an advantageous point to take the lead. And then there's the end closers, where they conserve the most amount of energy, and at the very, very end, they use all of that energy they've been conserving to speed past everyone. And different characters have different aptitudes at how good they are at doing these. But from a technical point of view, end closing is the best from a stamina conservation standpoint. Because, the entire strategy is about conserving your energy.
Yep.
So, you can technically switch your racers to end closing or late surging if they're a pace chaser. The problem is that all of your skills, how you built them, is to take advantage of being a pace chaser or a front runner or as a late surger or an end closer. So switching is
the Umos are just not flexible enough to actually use the switching mechanic.
At least not right now. It is a technical thing you can do, but it is basically throwing to do so. And even if it's technically something they can do, like for example, Kopano Riki, you could technically set her to late surging. She's really, really bad at it though. It doesn't matter if she's conserving all of her energy. She's still, she still wants to be front running your pace chasing. From just how her stats are set up, how her abilities are set up. Yeah, it's like I said, it's technically something you can do, but it's not advisable. If you find yourself trying to do that, you've already lost. Anyways, but yeah, everything I just told you, completely over the heads of a casual player. They don't think about any of that. None of that matters to them. And if you try and explain that to them, it's like, well, I don't care about the competitive state of the game. So, I think that, I think Grand Live's great. Again, it's, this is very much a casual players were really, really mad during Make a New Track. Now competitive players are really, really mad during Grand Live.
So it sounds like flipping response towards the response of the casuals, because and so what I'm hearing though is since you have perfect knowledge, you kind of like the American version is like it's like a year or two, 4 years behind the Japanese version.
Yes. So we have the benefit of almost perfect knowledge of what's coming next. There's been a few instances of them making some changes earlier than they showed up in Japan, but we even knew that those changes were eventually coming. So when we see that a balance patch enters earlier than it was supposed to in a earlier thing, we can just go to that balance patch, the information on that, and then backwardsly apply the information. So we basically have, perfect knowledge about how everything works. Now, on one hand, that's a little bit frustrating because it means that, the experimentation's already done. On the other hand, having perfect knowledge means you have perfect knowledge. You have, no excuse for certain things being the way that for not doing something. It also means that you get to save a lot of money. Both in-game currency and real-world money if you decide to spend. Because since we know every single, new Uma Musume that's coming out and roughly when they're coming out, and every single card that's between us and, Japan that's 4 years in the future, we can tell if something, oh, Speed Takey Shuttle looks pretty good. Oh, it is pretty good. But Summer Marzensky is, a week after that. So there's no point in pulling on her because Summer Marzensky is just better. Oh, Heirs to the Throne looks really, really strong. Oh, Heirs to the Throne is really, really strong. But, we know that Heirs to the Throne is really, really bad in Grand Live. So don't pull on it. This card is meta for literally like 5 days. This is something that recently happened. Where a really, really strong card was released. It was the best thing that you could be doing for exactly 5 days. And then it got power crept. Luckily, most people didn't pull on Heirs to the Throne because everyone knew that this was going to happen. And, so the amount of money lost on Heirs to the Throne was very, very low. Compared to when Japan went through this 4 years ago. There were a lot of really, really angry people that it's like, we pulled on Heirs to the Throne and it got power creeped, 2 weeks later.
So you dodge that bullet.
So, yeah, it's a nice thing. I don't know what I would have done if I don't know what I would have done if I had pulled on Heirs to the Throne and didn't realize that it was gonna get power creeped like a week later. But it's kind of shocking to me that this course of events happened, and people stayed with the game afterwards.
Admittedly, it does sound like a situation where the only people who really got burned were the people who were playing to the meta. People who purchased Heirs to the Throne, and then found out that it got power crept immediately. They still do have the powerful Heirs to the Throne. It's just not best in slot. But they're not.
The problem with the Heirs to the Throne is it's completely irrelevant now. Just the way it works is not conducive to how to play the new scenario. If you Heirs to the Throne moved from being like an S rank card to probably like C tier. That's how bad Heirs got shafted.
I see.
That will be frustrating.
Like,
And I assume that people only really care about the immediate scenario because by the time the next scenario comes out, all the new cards are just going to be bigger and better anyways.
okay, so what's nice about having perfect knowledge of the future is I can say exactly what's going to happen. So, in order to effectively play Grand Live, you need Agnes Tachyon Speed and Light Hello. These are the two best cards in the scenario by far.
Okay.
The reason why Heirs to the Throne is bad now is in order to get the full effect of Heirs to the Throne, you need to go on a bunch of days, basically, where you basically take a turn off to do something else. Now, the problem with doing that is you're not getting currency on this turn. You're not getting as much energy as you could be getting by going on dates with Light Hello or by just resting. So the play pattern for Heirs to the Throne is you literally, you take some suboptimal turns earlier on to get really, really powerful turns later. Now, this was a very good strategy during Make a New Track, because taking a suboptimal turn, you would take your suboptimal turn and then just go on another race the next turn. It was fine. The problem with doing that in Track Blazer is taking a suboptimal turn has a tendency to snowball. And Heirs to the Throne requires you to take at least 5 suboptimal turns in order to get its effect. And by that point, it compounds so hard that you're probably not catching back up. And even if you had a strong enough run to be able to tank, 5 bad turns, it probably would have been better to just have 5 good turns instead. It is very, very rough with Heirs right now. Like I said, barely anyone on the English server got burned by it. Literally everyone said that this was what's going to happen. Do not pull Heirs to the Throne unless you are willing to be power creeped in a couple of days. So very few people actually got burned on Heirs. It's just more of a, I'm surprised that this game was able to survive this controversy after all of the controversies of Make a New Track before that, and I think it's mostly controversy free after this point, but this was a pretty bad one. That is a that's a completely different story though. anyways, it wasn't an example of like a card going from like good to, you know, less good but still usable. This was a card going from the best thing you could be doing to almost unplayable.
I see. All right.
And there was no indication that that was what was going to happen. Like, I think Heirs to the Throne gets like one last hurrah in like a couple of months because the gold skill connected to it is really, really good on a specific track. So you basically accept that you're going to have a really bad time with it, but you can gamble on it.
Okay.
Other than that, it's that. But yeah, with the benefit of foresight, the two new cards that got introduced, Light Hello and Agnes Tachyon. Agnes Tachyon continues to be good into the next scenario, and then after that, it remains a good card so long as you're running Pace Chasers.
Okay.
Light Hello is completely irrelevant outside of the scenario, but she is absolutely essential to play the scenario, which is why she gets called the scenario tax.
I see.
Luckily, she is playable at lower limit breaks. You do not need to max limit break her to have her be good. Agnes Tachyon must be max limit broken to be good.
And I'm guessing that limit breaking is what happens when you pull them multiple times.
Yes. You need at least 5 of it, then.
Foul.
So you need 5 Agnes Tachyons, and you only need like 2 to 3 Light Hellos to be, you know, mostly there. There's also, you know, certain cards will work that, like, obviously every single time you max limit break something, it's going to be, you know, better than it not being max limit broken.
Oh, yes. Yeah, but also it's a pretty ridiculous investment to do that in almost any gacha.
It depends. Uma Musume is a little bit different in that, you know, there are certain things that you absolutely need to max limit break, and they get reran as such.
I see.
Where it's like, okay, so the best card in the game for the longest time was Kita-san Black. Her throne is, since she launched, you know, we are at the 1.5 year anniversary, but we're on an accelerated schedule, so it's been closer to about a year.
Okay.
But ever since she came out, she has been the best or second best card in the game. There's been some arguments on, you know, well, actually, you know, Narita Top Road was better during Mant, or, you know, actually, you know, this is better in this certain scenario, but Kita-san Black has been pretty consistently considered the best card in the game. And everyone knew this going forward.
Okay.
So when people said you need to max limit break her for her to be as good as she is. So this was not like hidden obscure knowledge. Everyone said, you know, save up your currency, get Kita-san Black. unless you want to be consigned to borrowing her for all eternity. You get a single support card to borrow.
Yeah.
So most people took the advice. A few people did not because they
And
don't
anyone-
like listening to predictions.
And anyone who started playing the game in the future is just shit out of luck.
Well, okay, so they rerun Kita-san like relatively often. Now we're about a year in, and Kita-san is she's been power crept a little bit.
Okay.
Kita-san is still really good. She's like arguably she's in the top 3. She's definitely in the top 3 cards right now. And luckily for you, in most decks you run the top 3 card. So she gets to live a little bit longer. After Grand Live, I think around El Condor Pasa Speed is when she gets, dethroned permanently. I think she sees a slight comeback like years and years later. But for about 2 years, she's very clearly the meta card. So for the English version of the game, probably like a year and a half.
Mhm.
Maybe like a year and 3 months. Like the other cards that are arguably better than her, it's like these cards are arguably better if you fill all the criteria. And are willing to deal with a little bit more RNG. Anyways. All that being said, it is possible to get Kita-san Blacks. They recently gave away a voucher that is incredibly easy to get.
Okay.
That allows you to select a single SSR from like a certain date to a certain date, and Kita-san is on that. So even if you're like a new player, you can get Kita-sans. It's just you probably don't get Kita-sans anymore. You probably get Summer Marzensky at this point because she works better at lower amounts. Anyways, I will be right back.
Yep. I'm going to abscond.
You out?
It's been fun
It has been.
and oddly informative about the horse game.
Yeah. I just can't see myself getting another gotcha, but it was good to know the gotcha info.
All right, well, talk to you another time.
All right, see ya.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Ugh.
I don't think I've ever gone this deep into a sandbox where I'm controlling 4 bases at the same time. So I never got deep in the arc. So I never got to experience that.
Well, look on the bright side. Now you have.
Now I have. Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, everything I told you is completely over the head of like 95% of the people who actually play this game.
I imagine you like get a lot of information from people in Japan.
There's a lot of information from people in. Okay, this is a funny anecdote. So Uma Musume is a multimedia franchise.
Uh-huh.
Like, there's the gacha game, there's the anime, there's a movie. There's like mangas and other stuff. Goldship is a VTuber. So it is very, very multimedia. Most of it funnels back to the gacha game, where it's like, obviously we want to tie in the anime with the gacha game, and we get more sales on both. We tie in the manga to the gacha game, and we get more sales on both. The funny thing is that the voice actresses, at least one of them, there's the voice actress for Tamamo Cross, not Tamamo Cross, TM Opera O. TM Opera O got a alt that was really, really strong. And the Japanese voice actress got onto American Twitter to give advice on how to properly build New Year's TM Opera O. That's like an extreme case. That was an extreme case of like some Japanese, knowledge coming in. And the advice that she gave was pretty rudimentary.
Mm-hmm.
But it was still very, very funny to see the Japanese voice actress for TM Opera O giving advice to the American audience on how it's like, oh, I'm glad to see everyone's enjoying the game. Please come and please pull on my character. Here's how to build her.
That's funny.
But no, there's a lot. When Throne first came out, on the official, English, Twitter, when they announced that, Heirs to the Throne was coming out,
Yeah.
there were probably like 50 or 60 Japanese accounts saying, Americans, do not pull on this card.
It's like some PTSD was coming out.
So yeah, there is some talk. There are, you can play the Japanese version of the game. It's not translated, so there's like fan translations. but there are still people that like are in the United States that are playing the Japanese version, which is, you know, years and years ahead, and they have like all sorts of different stuff that, like, they have the Breeders' Cup Classic scenario that I want to play, and I'm gonna have to wait 4 years for. They also have Project Lark that I also want to play. That's probably like 2 years. Maybe not 2 years. When is Project Lark? Anyways. So there's a lot of... Like, I couldn't tell you the Japanese metagame right now. I know that, like, Almanai is good. I think Special Week is good right now because they recently updated her kit. Who else is good right now? Oguri Cap, if it's a Rima Keenan or a Mile, is really good because there's only 3 things certain in life: death, taxes, and Oguri Cap is going to be good. To be fair, it was pretty hype. So I mentioned that this it's a multimedia franchise.
Mm-hmm.
So part of the multimedia is they have their anime and they have their mangas. And these are based off of, you know, real events that happened. When I mentioned that Oguri Cap is the sea biscuit of Japan,
Mm-hmm.
like, it's a pretty apt comparison. Both of these horses came, you know, from relative obscurity and then started competing at a very, very high level. And people, you know, saw them as the underdog, rooted for them, you know, media frenzy, all sorts of different stuff. So they started publishing a manga that was called Uma Musume Cinderella Grey, which is about Oguri Cap. And it's really good, actually. But the manga ended around Christmas last year. The climax of the story is about the Arima Keenan, which is the last big race of the year in Japan. And the Arima Keenan is a Grand Prix, which means that horses get in based off of popularity votes. So, you know, it doesn't actually matter what your performance has been throughout the rest of the year. You can just get in based on popularity. So it's a very important race for that reason. It's usually a lot of horses' retirement races. It's a way to, you know, say thank you to the fans. We run them in their last Arima Keenan. You know, we probably come in a really bad position because when you retire a racehorse, it's because they're, you know, getting old, they're past their prime. But it's a way to, you know, say thank you to all of the fans that, you know, say thank you to all the fans, basically.
Yeah.
One last run. the climax of Cinderella Grey is the fact that Ogre Cap actually won his final Arima Keenan. It was considered like a miracle comeback. You know, he ran like he did back in the day when he was, you know, when he was in his prime. Anyways, they made a big deal about how, you know, they were trying to finish the manga at the exact same time the Arima Keenan was running actually in Japan. Because when you think of, you know, when people think of famous Arima Keenans, Oguri Cap's Arima Keenan is in, you know, the top 5 discussion of best Arima Keenans of all time. So obviously a lot of eyes are going to be on them. And the other thing that they did was in the Japanese game, they released a alt for Oguri Cap that's based on that Arima Keenan and based off of the Cinderella Grey manga. Now, for me, this was not a spoiler. I knew Oguri Cap won his last Arima Keenan. I was also up to date on Cinderella Grey via the fan translations. So none of this was a spoiler to me. But the Americans who were getting season 1 of Cinderella Grey, the anime, not the manga.
Yeah.
Because the manga's not been officially translated. But we were getting season 1. All of this stuff, if it follows the pace of the manga, is probably going to happen in like season 3 of the anime. So this is, you know, mega spoiler season. And so they post the cool Cinderella Grey, you know, alt, and spoil like an incredibly massive part of the manga. I think it's incredibly cool.
That's
like
that's actually really hilarious.
The thing is I don't think that a lot of people who saw it realize how big of a spoiler it actually was. Okay, so some mechanics.
I'm gonna go. See ya.
All right,
Have a good night.
you too.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night, Justin.
But yeah, what I was saying is that like almost everything in her kit and her ult animation is a massive spoiler. To all of Cinderella Grey. Now, how much of this is a spoil? Is it a spoiler to say that, you know, if I was writing a story about World War II, would it be a spoiler to say that the Nazis lost? Not really.
Yeah.
Like, these are historical events that are being portrayed. It's more the specifics of it, and especially since a lot of people are treating it as though it was, sure, these are historical events, but I'm treating it like a manga.
Mm-hmm.
Or an anime. So me going, Oguri Cap wins 2 Arima Keenans, the Yasuda Keenan, and the Mile Championship as the G1s that Oguri Cap won. That's a spoiler to people. You know, a lot of people don't know the amount of G1s that Oguri Cap won. Like, I can go down the race record and be like, yeah, Oguri Cap won this one, lost that one, won this one, lost that one, lost this one really bad. So...
Did you, like, dive deep into this game dive deep in all this knowledge because of the game? Or were you already deep into knowledge
I dive deep in because of the game, not vice versa. Now I've dived deep into other things because of the game. Like I can, I know a bit about just horse racing in general now.
Mhm.
But I know this stuff because of the game and the show and the manga and whatnot. Anyways, what I was saying though is that the like Oguri Cap's ultimate for the alt that works on for the alt is like massive spoilers because it's like, yeah, this ult is better on mile tracks, which are two of the races that Oguri Cap won. Specifically the Yasuda Keenan and the mile championship. It works better on this track and it works better on Nakayama. Nakayama is where the Arima Keenan is held. It also gets upgraded. Like the ult gets better so long as you have, I think it's like 25,000 fans or something like that, which is the number of people who voted for Oguri Cap to be in the Arima Keenan.
Oh, that's a fun little connection.
Yeah, like I said, it's cool. It's very cool. It's also a spoiler.
Yeah.
The what were the other ones? Parts of it. So base Oguri Cap has the proficiency of A in mile, A in medium, and B in long. This Oguri Cap has A in mile, B in medium, A in long. This is because Oguri Cap never won a medium race, a medium G1 race. So, but did win two Arima Keenans, which is considered a long race. So they switched the proficiency around to be a reference to that, even though from a technical standpoint, Oguri Cap was way better as a medium horse than a long horse. But it's specifically a reference to the two Arima Keenan ones. The last part is her Ulta animation is specifically a reference to Cinderella Grey. As you can tell from the name, Cinderella.
Yeah.
They play with the clock striking midnight motif. In the story, when Oguri Cap starts to lose, they use the metaphor of the clock has struck midnight. The magic is gone,
Yeah.
Oguri Cap can no longer win.
Yeah.
In her Ulta animation though, and in the story, they use the metaphor of the clock pushes to 12:01 and Cinderella's still there. It has like there's a lot of symbolism that's going on in the final chapter. Throughout the story, Oguri Cap has the nickname Gray Monster or Beast, Gray Beast, because of the way that Oguri Cap ran. It's a nickname he had in real life. But though Oguri Cap never really ran with a lot of grace, it was always a show of, determination, grit, and, pure muscle, rather than, tactics and grace with Oguri Cap racing. So people would say that he ran like a beast. He ran like a gray monster. And throughout the story, they use this metaphor that, you know, Oguri Cap is the gray monster, you know, the beast of Kazamatsu, all of this other stuff. But the point that they make at the end is that, no, this is not actually who Oguri Cap was. It's how, you know, people perceived Oguri Cap.
Mm-hmm.
And in the manga, instead of it being, you know, gray monster, the final victory is by Oguri Cap, you know, doing the Triumphant Pulse. Triumphant Pulse is Oguri Cap's ultimate in the base game.
Hmm.
Anyways, so in the old animation, it uses the gray monster motif. It uses the clock striking midnight and Oguri Cap pushing past that into the Triumphant Pulse. Anyways, this is like a massive thematic spoiler that they just posted on their their official page because they're all like, eh. If any Americans run into this, I guess they'll be disappointed. They'll be spoiled on some events that they're gonna learn about in like 2 to 3 years.
It's like I don't ever read manga, and so it's like getting the spoilers when people who read the manga. I'm like, it's my choice for not reading the manga.
Yeah, it's... Anyways, I had a friend who got burned by that, though. Because he's all like, yeah, I'm just gonna wait until the... He accidentally spoiled himself on a bunch of things, and he's like, alright, I'm just gonna read the manga. Because he also spoiled himself on, like, Super Creek. Just because people were talking about the real Super Creek. It's like, dang it. I think someone posted the JRA hero poster of Super Creek. And it's all in Japanese. So he's all like, yeah, it'll be fine. I can look at the JRA hero poster of Super Creek. Yeah, it's all in Japanese, except for it says in English 3G1. 3G1 winner. It's like, oh, okay, I guess Super Creek wins 3G1s. Anyways, the series is very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
If you're aware of the real life history.
Yeah.
Because they'll make all sorts of different references to sometimes like really obscure stuff. Some jockeys for the horses have watched the series, and they'll I think it was the jockey for Narita Top Road watched Road to the Top, which is the series that focuses on Narita Top Road and the 1999 Classic season.
Mm-hmm.
And he watched the show, and he's all like, I don't even know how they knew that this happened. Like, the jockey commented on, like, I don't remember what it was specifically, but they made a reference to something in the show,
Mm-hmm.
and the jockey was all like, yeah, that absolutely did happen. I have no idea how they knew that happened, but that did happen.
That's funny. Have some of that behind the scene knowledge.
I'm guessing they might have asked Ryuji Wada. I don't know. Like, that's the other fun thing, is just, you know, if you know who the various connections,
Mm-hmm.
you'll be able to be like, oh, that's why that happened. Like, a lot of the different characters are obviously in the show they might not, in the game they might not be related, but in real life they were related. So a lot of characters that are like, would have been, father and daughter or father and son will be like friends in the show. A classic example is like King Halo and Kawakami Princess.
Mm-hmm.
King Halo was Kawakami Princess's father in real life.
Okay.
So in the show, Kawakami Princess looks up to King Halo. The card that I mentioned called Heirs to the Throne is a reference to the fact that, so there's a character in the show called Symboli Rudolph. And Symboli Rudolph in real life is arguably the greatest Japanese racehorse of all times. Definitely within like top 5.
Yeah. One second. Robin's calling me. right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Alright. Nothing broke when I was gone. That's always a good sign.
Yeah. But yeah, to finish my story, the heirs to the throne card, it the throne that it's representing is Symboli Rudolph, who had the nickname Emperor, because the real Symboli Rudolph was is arguably the greatest Japanese racehorse of all times.
Yeah.
At the time, it was like when he received his nickname of Emperor, it was pretty much undisputed. There was no greater Japanese racehorse, but this was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So yeah. So the card represents Symboli Rudolph on the throne, and the heirs to the throne are Tokai Teo, one of Symboli Rudolph's son, and Tsumaru Tsuyoshi, one of the other son of Symboli Rudolph. They're these are Symboli Rudolph's two greatest children, and the card represents all three of them because, you know, you have Symboli Rudolph and then you have the heirs to the throne. So, like, even the support cards in the game are, you know, references like this.
Definitely not Pokemon.
So, you know, having all of this knowledge increases your enjoyment of the game, because you can notice things where it's just like, oh, that's why that's like that. These two are friends because they share a jockey. These two are, you know, roommates because, you know, they shared a jockey.
Yeah.
Or, you know, they raced against each other. Or they shared a father. Or they shared a mother. Or, you know, other things. Other connections are like a little bit more ethereal, but still really cool. These two are similar because they won the same race in a similar fashion. So I mentioned Cinderella Grey. There is a scene in Cinderella. You're saying something?
Oh, I'm listening. Ethan was talking to me. I'll go
So there's a scene in Cinderella Grey that happened in real life. The most important race in Japan is the Japanese Derby. It is their equivalent of, you know, the Kentucky Derby in the United States. This is a once-in-a-lifetime, you know, race. And they... horses only get to race in it once. It's a very big deal, and if you ever win the Japanese Derby, that's literally all you have to do. And it doesn't matter if the rest of your career is relatively lackluster in comparison. People look at you and it's like, it's the Derby horse. You'll always be remembered as the Derby horse. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
Oguri Cap was barred from racing in the Japanese Derby. At the time, there was a rules about when you needed to register to be in the Japanese Derby. And Oguri Cap missed the deadline for registration. Oguri Cap was not racing in the right racing circuit at the time. When he transferred to the national circuit, it was past the point for classic registration, and he was barred from running. This caused a huge outcry because people wanted to see Oguri Cap in the Japanese Derby. Oguri Cap defeated in a previous race the Oguri Cap in previous races defeated a bunch of the people who were participating, a bunch of the horses that were participating in the Japanese Derby. So the thought process was, well, we can't have a good Derby without Oguri Cap. Oguri Cap is clearly one of the best horses in the country right now. We need to let Oguri Cap race. Ultimately, Oguri Cap was still barred from racing. But because of the public outcry, they later implemented a rule called the Oguri Cap rule. The Oguri Cap rule allowed you to register, allowed for late registrations to the classics, in addition to a incredibly high fine if you did late register. And multiple horses have been able to get into the classic races on the Oguri Cap rule. And the first horse to win a race on the Oguri Cap rule was Tiamapro. In the show, when they talk about how they're going to be amending the rules, the show cuts to the back of Tiamapro. And it cuts for just a second, but if you know, it's like, oh, yeah, Tiamapro is the
reason.
success.
Yeah.
Tiamapro is also a character in I mentioned Road to the Top a little while ago. The show that the jockey was all like, I don't know how they knew that. Tiamapro is one of the main characters in that series. And in the series, they have Tiamapro and Oguri Cap have a heart-to-heart conversation, basically about how, Oguri Cap believes that, they're destined for greatness. So yeah, there's a bunch of different stuff like this. There's also, there's the high stuff like that, the high-minded stuff. There's also like stupid stuff, where there's a horse named Machikane Tannhauser. And in the game, she's afraid of spiders. This is a reference to the fact that the real horse apparently ate a spider once and broke out in hives. And was scratched from a race because of it.
Huh. Okay.
So, there's deep stuff like that, and then there's also like stupid stuff like that, where it's just like, yeah, we're gonna make her afraid of spiders because the real horse once ate a spider and got sick from it.
Okay.
There's another one of my favorites is a horse named Cowstone Lido. The real Cowstone Lido is the fastest horse in Japanese history. He has the fastest time ever clocked. I think it was like 43 miles an hour, which is very, very fast for a horse. But he has a Calstone Lido was very, very fast. He had one weakness though, and it was corners. He could go really, really fast on a straightaway, but every time there was a corner, he would struggle with it, and that would allow other people to catch up with Calstone Lido.
Hmm.
Now, this didn't mean that he always lost, and if it was a completely straight shot, Calstone Lido had a really good chance of winning. So, in the game and the other promotional material, Calstone Lido is really, really committed to not having curves anywhere. When she signs her name, it's entirely straight lines. Her merchandise, she has a anime figure. Every other anime figure is on a round base. She's on a square base. There are watches that are themed around the different characters. Every single other watch is a circle. Hers is a square.
Hmm.
They are really, really committed to the square bit. Like, I'm honestly impressed every time I see something where it's just like, oh, there's another example of Calstone Lido not liking circles.
Hmm.
Anyways. There's a lot. Enough for me to make a YouTube channel about.
I say. You definitely have that deep YouTuber knowledge.
Yeah.
About that niche product.
Got that, like, it's definitely part of the reason why I decided to make the channel is because I know a lot about this, and a lot of the information is, like I said, the general quality, I think, of content about this game and this franchise is in the toilet, to be completely honest.
Elite ball knowledge, that's what the cool kids call it. You got the elite ball knowledge.
Well, it's more like, you know, I have that, I know all of this stuff, and so much of the stuff online is just wrong, or... It's just wrong.
And you just like, I have to make videos to correct this.
It's not even correction, it's just more of... At least one video should be out there that's correct.
It's your public service.
Like, it also frustrates me because these are all historical events. Like, people will, people treat this like an anime because it is one. They have characters that they like, they have characters that they dislike. That's all perfectly fine. The part that annoys me is when they start, you know, slandering like a real racehorse. Because they don't like, they like a different character more than them. They'll start, you know, they'll do slander memes about like TM Opera or something like that. It's like, no, this was a real racehorse. You can't just be like, yeah, you can't treat this like it was something that didn't happen. It's one thing when I slander Gohan. It's another thing when I slander TM Opera O because TM Opera O was real. Like, I don't feel bad when I slander Gohan.
Mhm.
You don't get to slander, you don't get to slander the real TM Opera O just because you're all like, I don't think that I like Meisho Dodo better or something like that.
That is interesting.
Especially when
It's like trying to imagine like a sport today that's made into an anime in a different country and then slandering it.
yeah, it's basically that. It would be like, it's no exaggeration to say TM Opera O is like LeBron. TM Opera O had a undefeated year of racing. Won 8 races in a row. Like, TM Opera O was public enemy #1 in Japan. For the longest time, he was the highest earning Japanese racehorse of all time. Because for a year, if you bet on TM Opera O, you were going to make your money back.
Mm-hmm.
There are theories about how everyone got so fed up of TM Opera O winning every single race that in the Arima Keenan that year, the last race of the year, there are theories about how people they actually tried to, you know, they all colluded so that TM Opera O wouldn't win. I don't believe that,
Mm-hmm.
but people believe that.
Mm-hmm.
It also didn't work because TM Opera O just won because he was that good. Like, yeah, TM Opera O was that good. TM Opera O also had a longtime rival. There was, in the same year that TM Opera O won all of these races, the horse that came in second place was almost always Meisho Dodo. So people, via the transitive property, are all like, you know, if Meisho Dodo existed and TM Opera O didn't exist, Meisho Dodo would have been this great conqueror.
Mm-hmm.
So some people take it a step further and they're like, actually, TM Opera O was just against weak opponents. That's why TM Opera O was able to win every single race that he was in. And they do this to try and, you know, prop up Meisho Dodo to be better.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is when you do that, you're implying that Meisho Dodo was weak.
Hmm.
Anyways, it's an interesting series. It's a it's enough to, like I said, it's enough to base an entire YouTube channel around, and I haven't even scratched the stuff that I've been talking to you guys about.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stuff about the competitive stuff is the only thing that I really talk about on the channel.
Mm-hmm.
I've only very, very, very briefly went into actual, you know, race history, which is honestly the part I'm more interested in than the competitive side. It's just I think there's better resources
Mm-hmm.
about the race history stuff than there is about the competitive stuff.
Yeah.
That being said, there's tons and tons of misinformation and, you know, bad information about the race side too. Which I don't understand how that can happen, where people are just wrong about race records. This is this isn't even an example of, you know, oh well, all the sources are in Japanese or whatever. Like, obviously the Americans also cared about this stuff because the Americans could also bet on these races. So there are actually, like, good English records of a lot of this stuff. Like, the horse racing world is pretty interconnected at this point. Like, there's currently a horse that is racing right now. Arguably the best horse in the world right now is currently an Uma Musume also. Also, it's owned by the parent company, which is very, very funny. Like, arguably Forever Young is the best dirt horse in the world right now. We're gonna see in a few months if he can hold on to, if he can win back-to-back Breeders' Cups Classics. I hope he does, because that would be really, really cool. But Forever Young is arguably the best dirt horse in the world right now. He is very, very good. He's owned by the parent company of Sai Games, who make Uma Musume. And ever since they got this horse, I think when they first ran him in the Kentucky Derby, they said that if he won the Kentucky Derby, they would make him an Uma Musume. He did not win the Kentucky Derby. He came in third. It was a three-way photo finish, but he came in third. Then it was during the I want to say it was the shoot. So the Saudi Cup is the richest race in the world. If you win the Saudi Cup, I think the prize that you take for winning the Saudi Cup is $10 million.
Oh, wow.
I think the total purse is $20 million, and the winner takes half. So the Saudi Cup is the richest race in the world. Forever Young has won it twice. Forever Young was also the first Japanese horse to win the Breeders' Cup Classic. The Breeders' Cup Classic is arguably the most important race in the United States, dirt race in the United States, after the Kentucky Derby. And the Kentucky Derby is, closed off after, outside of 3-year-old horses.
Okay.
The Breeders' Cup Classic is the only one that you get to, go back to.
I see.
So, Forever Young was the first horse to win it. They entered him into the Breeders' Cup Classic. And then the second he won the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Twitter account posted a silhouette that later turned out to be Forever Young. Still an absolutely crazy course of events.
Yeah.
Which is only possible because, the parent company owns the horse. So they don't need to do like any amount of consulting. They just say put Forever Young in Uma Musume. I did think it was funny though that they waited until he won enough races where no one could argue that he didn't belong in the game before they added him. Like once they won the Breeders' Cup with Forever Young, they're like, yeah, winning a race in 4 different countries is probably good enough. and winning the richest race in the world and the Breeders' Cup in the same year. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they do with Forever Young though, because like I said, he's not done racing.
Mm-hmm.
He probably the thought is that he does the
What's up, Ethan?
I'm chilling out here because Cody will not leave me alone.
You want to set up and join us?
Maybe. Let me make some food.
Mm-hmm.
So how many pallets do
I have no idea. It's always that's an easy Google.
anyways.
I learned more about horse racing this last hour or so than my entire life.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to see something actually incredible, have you ever seen Secretariat at the Belmont Stakes?
No.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest things that I've ever seen. It is quite possibly the greatest. It's one of those things that should not have been possible. So in horse racing, the margins of victories, they'll describe, by what margin of victory they won. So, you won by a nose, which is the smallest margin of victory that you can win by. You can win by a head. These are all, relative to the horse. There's winning by a neck, then there's half a length and a length. So, a length... You're saying?
I'm still there, yeah. My base is also getting rated.
Is, an entire horse length. And then once you get, outside of a length, it's a length and a half, 2 lengths, that much.
Mm-hmm.
Secretariat won the Belmont Stakes by 31 lengths. He finished like a good, 10, 15 seconds before the other racers, if I remember right.
Oh wow.
This is also the Belmont Stakes. This is not like some small race. This is the Kentucky Derby. It's part of the American Triple Crown. The Kentucky Derby is the most important part of it, but the other two races, the Preakness and the Belmont Stakes, are just as important. But yeah, Secretariat won by 31 lengths. The casting on it is incredibly good.
Mm-hmm.
Because the announcer realizes what he's seeing should not even be possible.
Mm-hmm.
So he brings that kind of energy to it.
You just like lose it, like watching like soccer game by a
watching the race, everyone knew that Secretariat was special, and he scared away a lot of the competition because they realized that they probably couldn't beat Secretariat. So no point in trying to wasting your money to enter a horse in a race that you know you're going to lose to Secretariat. So only 5 racers were at the Belmont Stakes, including Secretariat. And Secretariat would usually close from behind at the very end. That's how he would usually run. For whatever reason during this race, he decided to run to the very front and just go. So while watching the race, you can just see he was competing with a horse named Sham. And you can see Secretariat and Sham, you know, racing basically in a match race against each other, while everybody's, you know, probably like 10 lengths behind. And about halfway through the race, Sham gasses himself out and needs to fall behind. And Secretariat just keeps on pulling forward and forward. And he just keeps on getting further and further away from everyone else. And this is at the point where he's, you know, the announcer realizes that, you know, oh my gosh, he's going to do this. There's no way that they can actually catch up. So the announcer is, you know, announcing what he thinks the lengths are going forward. He's, you know, Secretariat by 10, Secretariat by 12, Secretariat by 14. And when Secretariat crosses the finish line, he incorrectly calls it, it's like Secretariat won that by 25 lengths. When it was later remeasured, it turns out that it was 31 lengths. Like, Secretariat was finishing the race when everybody was pulling into the final stretch, if I remember right.
Yeah.
It should not be possible. And yet it's on video. It's on video. No one can deny that this is actually what Secretariat did. There's a reason why Secretariat is considered the greatest racehorse of all times. And it's because, not just because of the Belmont, but it's because of the Belmont. Anyways. With that, I think I need to go. I have not eaten. So I'm going to cook myself dinner.
All right. Well, Devin, it was good hearing from you.
Yeah. Like I said, unfortunately Mondays do not work for me, but I might see you guys Tuesday.
I love that.
Maybe.
I know you won't join us for community, but maybe you could join us for the Palworld and the scriptures reading.
Yeah, like I said, it depends on how busy I am going forward. Like this is technically my day off.
Yeah.
As I set up my days, publish my video, and it's like, all right, I can, you know, at least take that day off.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, you know, back to the grind probably tomorrow. Probably not a whole lot on Monday because of the Cyberpunk game, but even before and after that. And then, depending on how much progress I make, depends on if I can do stuff, you know, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
But making no promises, but I'm also not saying that I won't be there.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Sounds good.
it was nice talking to everyone.
It was. Good seeing you. I love you, man. I'll see you maybe Tuesday.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
a drink? Would you like to walk with me? I'm feeling decent enough for a little short walk to the convenience store. Say we'll walk over after you set everything up. Hey, Mark, if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I saw you guys sneaked in quite a while ago, but my friend is really passionate about horse racing, and that was a new knowledge check for me.
You know what? He definitely knows a lot about horses and a lot of passion for it. I was completely lost and not really finding much care for whatever game that was, and the drama around that. But when he started talking about things that actually he was passionate about, and like, instead of, I felt like the conversation moved from something that he was, I guess, informing about to something he was passionate about, and you could tell that just kind of turned around for him. So, and it's fascinating, yeah. Things I didn't know about horse racing, things that I never probably would have learned any other place. So,
well, that's fun.
You're right here, right?
Yeah, it's fun. That's one thing I like about my friend Devin is he's like when he's really into something, he goes in deeper than anyone I have ever met. And it's crazy cool that a game based around horse racing then led him towards studying horse racing and the passion in that.
Yeah.
So.
No, that's very cool. Like, and and I feel like I learned something. So.
Oh man,
I didn't know.
It's a lot of information for me, and now I'm going to have to like probably give me a good week to think it through.
To recover. It's good. Yeah, so that's Devin, huh?
Yep, that's Devin.
And he has a YouTube channel now. So
yeah.
Talking about this at least routinely.
Yeah. And he's hit that, because that's one thing about live streaming and YouTubing is usually like if you find a niche, that's where, and so he found a niche where it's about this game. It's about like anime girl horse racing. I forgot what it's called.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, it's good to do something you're passionate about, and it can really fuel you.
Yeah. We actually connected because we both went to Warner Pacific.
Oh yeah.
And we both love King Jesus and video games, so it was pretty easy to be friends.
Hey, that's pretty good. Pretty good combo. And good to connect and encourage each other too, in maybe not as obvious or traditional ways. Like, you have other people up there.
It was interesting because we were friends during when pretty much Trump rise to power, and like him and all his conservative friends were like, this is the death of the Republican Party.
That's what they were saying?
That's what he was saying, yeah. Him and his family and friends.
Yeah, because a lot of Republicans are really excited about Trump, and thinking it's about time that conservative, Christian values came back, and Trump was the man who's going to bring it to us all. And
yeah. Well, it's interesting because, like my friend Devin's a very thinking person, and you could say conservative values with your mouth, right?
Yeah.
But anytime like he does any sort of engagement, anyone, you're like, what conservative values?
What values are you referring to?
Yeah.
I think that's. I find it intriguing that so many people are so taken with Trump as being a moral Christian leader, when I don't even think he necessarily says that he's necessarily a moral guy.
Mm-hmm.
And yet we look at him like he's the king of the church, and that I think is a challenge for faith, if that's the way you're measuring a human who's flawed and like all of us and gonna make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
it's fascinating. I'm not a big fan myself, so you can color my color my comments that way. But
Yeah.
but I know a lot of people have been very excited, at least, and there's certainly a lot of good that's happened too. I think there's plenty that I would say is maybe questionable and not the best. And
Yeah. Well,
not a
think,
good direction.
I think David French said it pretty well. During his first term, he actually put people who were the kind of like top conservative people in charge of certain like places in government. And then the second term has been like whoever is loyal to me can have a position.
Yeah, I'm very curious to know. I mean, this is not a surprise for anyone who's known or like has followed Trump for any length of time. So I don't want to pretend that it is, because this is kind of how this has been his, his MO for as long as he's been around. But yeah, it's such a stark difference. It makes me wonder, what happened the first term that maybe pushed him to make these choices second term.
Well, I mean,
There must have been did he have a lot of disloyalty and backstabbing? There's something really emotionally challenging that happened that pushed him this far this way?
yeah,
Or is this just
yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say with people's character, right? You don't know the internal mechanism. But even on his first term, he let go of the people in the Nisor Square massacre. And so the writing was kind of always there.
Yeah, anyone who's dealt with him in the business world already knew this. Like, no one is not a single person he's ever worked with or done a deal with is surprised. So the surprise is that people know this, have been told this, and didn't listen, which is, that's life, I guess. I think it really has brought the light, who do you trust for information? Do you actually value the truth, or do you want to hear what you want to hear? Which has been kind of a, really the late 90s. I kind of thinking back to conservatism as a media source, kind of kicking off with talk radio and Rush Limbaugh and those sorts of personalities, and continued into what became Fox News and those sorts of things. But yeah, the whole thing is very fascinating, and I'm not huge into politics, and because some people this would be their thing, they would have their own YouTube channel about this, and not there, but it's fascinating, human nature, and the way that America is changing, and maybe not for the best. Or maybe for the best. I don't know.
It's so interesting. I remember growing up and like a lot of adults complaining about my generation, the generation after attention span, which is not wrong for them to say, but it's like even adults and even older gen are at the whims of the short attention span. And I think that's a surprise, right? Like the surprise is even older generations are at the whim of whatever, news vacuum that they fall into, that the algorithm finds them in.
I think that's it. Like, the algorithm is so overreaching that there's nothing else. Like, there's almost no room for anything that's not part of the algorithm or not part of that process. And the internet is so ubiquitous now, and it's been so fast and so all-encompassing that it's really redefined how we think.
Yeah, and I don't want to blame that. I think also like having character was deeply ingrained in me in my beginning Christianity. And so anytime someone says they're a Christian, like anyone in my sphere, yet they didn't like practice that confession, it was surprising. And so I think like I even like put that, and so it's surprising me that people in my like adults in my sphere did not do that.
That they didn't profess one thing and do another. Or...
Well, I mean they'll actually be good conservative Christians, but to hold that same standard to politics.
Do you think that they do hold politicians to that standard, or?
I think they used to. I think what Trump...
Well, it was shocking when a president was rumored to have an affair. That was
Yeah.
a game-changing, you're not getting elected as a politician because your moral character is lacking. And even if I don't care about that, if that's not important to me, the fact that your moral character is tainted does. Because that means that you're going to make these types of choices for me, right?
Yeah, it's like, well, it's interesting because every scandal after every scandal that Trump has done and been a part of, like, it's not a question if he did it, it's the other side's weaponizing it, right? So, like, he had the affair, which was with, you know, what was it? Storm, the prostitute.
Yeah.
And it's like, so the focus was on kind of the whole legality, right? Not, okay, guys, he had an affair. Like, doesn't matter if, like, it does, obviously, like, oh, when it comes to law, like, it matters how, you know, Stormy, that's right, anyway, Stormy Daniels was paid for, like the whole lawyer system, sure, like, how they did it could be wrong, but he had an affair.
It used to be shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I think that I look back to you know, George W. Bush, you know, was always kind of looked down on for not having the decorum or some of the traditional etiquette, I guess, that a politician normally had. He didn't have the same polish,
Yeah.
same finish that one of them did. Which was surprising because, you know, we also saw him grow up because his dad was president, and so we knew a lot about young George W. Bush.
Yeah.
And very surprising that he became president, right? Like this whole succession thing, and
Dude, that's before my time, and so this is all, like, I obviously knew he was young Bush, and his dad was president, but, like, I didn't know about his dad until after George Bush, not George Bush, after George Bush became president. I'm like, oh, his dad was president? Oh, that's news to me.
oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
The family. Yeah. Well, so and his dad, you know, had several high up positions throughout his life, and so he came in kind of with an intelligence background, and his son had kind of been a stain, I guess, on him a little bit because he wasn't great in the military. He kind of like skipped out on that. He was caught doing things he shouldn't be doing, and you know, kind of rebelled as a kid, probably like many kids do. You know, and yeah. So in any case, like I don't know where I was going with that, but you know,
Well,
like for him to not be, he wasn't very presidential at first. I'd argue that by the time he left office, he's perhaps one of the gold standard of that, at least for our current generation, I guess, as far as behaving well. I think Obama behaved well as well, but yeah. But Trump is, you know, we've been demanding that we have a politician that is unlike the politicians before for a long time. And so we've been always wanting a businessman, someone who's more connected with people and less with the Congress and that kind of thing. We got it. We don't necessarily, you know, maybe this is what we asked for, maybe this is not what we expected. Oh.
Yeah.
It's all good stuff.
Yeah.
Just a big thing, like, God's in control, so whatever. It's,
And so it's
you know, people
interesting
do.
because younger me, when like, you know, young in college, you kind of do the whole pendulum switch. So I like went super, because that's when big socialist guy. Like, he sounded really appeasing because, and I think we talked about it before, like, he actually was himself throughout his whole presidency.
Bernie Sanders?
Bernie Sanders, yeah.
Yeah, Bernie Sanders, like, he's been saying the same crazy stuff for 70 years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
you know what? Props to him for believing the stuff he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Because I would much rather someone like that have, you know, influence and a podium than someone who doesn't, who believes the story of the hour, wants to tell you what you want to hear.
So it's interesting as an adult because I'm like, actually I found that I'm pretty conservative. Like, I voted for the Solidarity Party. I just can't vote for the state. Have you seen the Solidarity Party?
No.
They're like a pretty Catholic party. So, like, you know, you think Kennedy, right? And kind of like those Catholic values, and
yeah,
I was like, this is the party I could get behind.
Yeah, I mean, I think more and more I'm surprised that I'm not Catholic. I mean, if it wasn't for almost very few things, I think I might be a good Catholic and enjoy it and be just fine with that. And every once in a while, you hear a priest or someone talking, and you're like, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Like, why can't... Yeah, it's just the rest of it that I just struggle with a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a more reformed, maybe, or modern Catholic church that is moving away a little bit from, or moving the right direction as far as, you know, going back to the Bible. What does it actually say? And,
Yeah.
you know, why are we bothering with this stuff?
Yeah. I'm actually having this really interesting, like, 'cause I can't be Catholic. Like, you know, like Council of Trent and the things that they uphold, like, goes against everything in my clinging of Jesus, indulgences, all that sort of stuff. But, like, I'm really enjoying actually this podcast that my wife and I are listening to called The Exorcist Files. And he's Catholic, but he's like, yeah, the only person who saves people from demons is Jesus. And I was like, right on, brother. And so,
yeah, I think there's a lot of Catholics that would say really practical things that are true. You know, and then, you know, something will happen and the Pope will support something, and you're like, no, that's corruption. That's not good. The Pope's not Jesus.
yeah. I'm in trouble.
You're in trouble?
I'm in trouble. My flyer got toast. I'm on this mountain. Get out of here.
Come join you?
If you want to, I'll figure it out.
Where you at?
Frostbound Mountain Summit.
Which island is that? Or which area is that?
Oh, 1 second.
But you say Frostbound Mountain Summit?
That's a waypoint. It's...
Okay, I'm right there. I got it.
65.
Oh.
65?
Oh, that's no way.
Alright, whereabouts are you?
Okay. I'm good now. My flyer's toast. Now I'm on my little mount.
Alright.
I've seen you before. Let me pop a bullet in your head.
Yeah.
Oh, that's new. A rain Drex. Oh. Man. I like hit one and then they start popping up like daisies.
Well, I just got a snug loot for the first time. I don't even know what that is. I need 4 more of those guys.
So Ethan's joining soon.
What's that now?
Ethan's joining soon. He's the one that you had to like delete his character.
Yeah. That guy.
Bailey's
Yeah, I figured out how to do it though. So if we need to do it again, we can do it.
How long?
Yeah, there's no way within Palworld to actually do that. Like the server.
So you had to go like in the server files.
Yeah, there's no command line. There's nothing you can do. So there's a third-party program you have to download that will let you do it.
You had to download a third-party program. Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. I suppose I could probably try to go line by line and figure it out, but I wasn't up to do that. So.
Like, ah. And next thing you know, you installed a server with malware that's affecting all their computers.
Oh boy, that would be bad. Yeah, so it's all in a Docker container, so hopefully that means it's all safe. I think I'm going to, when I have time, reroute everything through VPS. So I don't have to share my IP address with everyone. Because technically, my home IP is now registered on my domain, so probably not the best, but whatever.
So once he's connected, are you all connected and ready? You're not finding it? All right. Are you on Discord? In the chat channel? Alright, before you connect with your character, should we go get snacks and drinks? Alright, we'll be right back.